Welcome into Local Comic Shop Day, everybody. I am your host, producer Kyle, as always. Welcome to what is the middle of the night for me, but it's right in the middle of the afternoon for my guests. They are creators, writers, and artists, and they actually all do both, and they're brothers. But they have a new book coming out from our friends over at Ignition Press called Arcadia. So we're going to get to them in just a split second, but I want to remind you guys, we're here for 12 hours or 24 hours. Okay, we're here until I can't stand up anymore. That's going to be the goal. And we are celebrating local comic shop days. So today, as you go out to your local comic shop, as you go out to take advantage of local comic shop day and support your local comic shop, you can let us know in the chat or you can text the experience right now. So if you're out at your local comic shop and you're like, hey, there's no line to meet this great creator who's here, shoot us a text and we'll let people know. So you could do that by texting 419-855-2530. The number will be scrolling here at the bottom of the screen momentarily. But we are going to get started with our first guests. They are the Miranda brothers, and they have a new great book coming out from Ignition Press called Arcadia. Welcome in Inaki and Roy Miranda.
Hello. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning. How is it? How's it going? So like people could see that like it's still dark where I am because the sun has not yet come up. But where you guys are, it's the middle of the day, right?
Right.
So
very sunny.
That's what's crazy cool about Local Comic Shop Day, right? Is it's global. And y'all are in Spain.
Yes, Madrid.
I can't believe that we're able to go fully global with this. It just took me saying it out loud took me back for a second. Tell us about yourselves. Introduce yourselves to everybody. Let us know how you came to be working in comics, and we'll ask the next question after that because I've got a really important question to ask you.
Well, we're the Miranda brothers. I'm Inaki, and
I'm Roy.
My brother Roy. We started in comics. I started early in comics, like 20 years ago. I've been working as an artist for more than almost 2 decades, but my goal really inside was to write stories. So I teamed up with Roy like in 2020, I think it was, that we published our first book called We Live, and it was an instant hit. We got lucky, so we've been creating ever since. Like writing, this is our third book at the Arcadia. We did We Live, then we created Blade Forger with Matt Cave, and now we're about to publish our third book called Arcadia with Ignition Press. I don't know if that's something.
How did you guys get started in comics? How did you what drove you to want to work in comics?
Well, I'll start with myself. When I was a kid, I used to go to like a local comic shop with my father, where it was a strange place because it was all used comics and you can trade them. You bring 2 of yours or 3 and you get 1. So it was like an experience every week going there and getting new comics and trade them for the ones we have read already. And I think, and also our parents had a big library of books, novels, comics, everything. So we all in my family grew up reading and with stories. We had like, our parents were like our curators in a sense about recommending stories to read and everything. So that's something that I never had a doubt that I wanted to for whatever reason I could draw. So it came natural that I wanted to tell stories, and comics was the natural language for me. So it was just as a kid starting creating stories and writing them, drawing them, until I decided that was in Argentina. And when our family moved to Madrid like 30 years ago, I had my first experience into a real local comic shop here in Madrid with American comic books, European manga, everything was like an explosion of, the of sensations. So that's when I decided, okay, I want to, become a professional comic artist. And I also started self-publishing here in Madrid, and writing my own stories, and I also wrote for a comic, a local. Well, no, it's a big newspaper called El País here. I published a strip called New York Rascals. So I was kind of, that was my thing. And Roy, ¿quieres seguir con?
Yeah.
Then I'll jump to Roy.
I want to speak
Sorry,
in
I'll translate Roy.
Yeah, please.
To-
because I'm not fluent speaking English. A ver, un poco siguiendo lo que decía vos, pero mi primer contacto consciente con el cómic es quitándote a vos los cómics.
He says his first contact with comics was, stealing mine from the library.
Y la realidad es que el primer contacto profesional ha sido a través de vos con Willy. O sea, el resto se ha quedado como alguien que le gustaba leer todo tipo de cosas, historias, pero el impacto fuerte de entrar en el mundo del cómic es con Willy.
And then the first real, professional experience and contact with comics was through me when I I told him let's start writing, and it was with Will Live. Basically, he got started like because I dragged him into it.
So tell us about. I'm gonna leave you guys like this so that it's easier to translate and see each other. But tell us about Arcadia from Ignition.
Well, Arcadia, I mean, it's a really strange project because I started as an art, contemporary art project that I started like 12 years ago or 15 years ago. I lost memory of that. Where I started to create the Super Dragon and a whole set of paintings with a specific world building and rules, and it was a very mystical experience that I wanted, transcendental experience. And I created a whole set of paintings, big paintings, and since then I've been, in my mind, keep creating that world and such. And it was this year that I decided I could turn it into a story. There was something there that I could turn into a story. So I started to creating characters. It took me like 6 months of thinking the characters, the story, everything. And when I had something solid that I think that there's something here, then I called Roy and told him the story and asked him if he would like to this to be our third project, to write it together. And he liked it enough to say yes. So it's basically it's a science fiction story set in a future where humankind has disappeared, and there's a new kind of being born called serents that are humanoids but are not human, and they are born basically inside silos from the interior of cocoons called the super dragons. That's where I started the paintings. And it's basically they are born into a world that they don't understand because it's the leftovers of humankind. And it's about the characters trying to find their identity, and it has some kind of a coming of age also story. It's difficult to say what it is because we play with the structure so much that if I tell you what it's about, I kill the enjoyment of, because you won't know what it's really about maybe until issue 4 of 12 issues. So it's a ride that we ask the readers to take with us because we think it's going to be worth it.
Well, and so that was something I was going to ask about, is that Ignition Press has really stepped up with creators to give them long, compared to a lot of publishers, long stories, right? 12, 14, 10, 12, issues. As opposed to, we're so used to seeing 4 and 6 issue stories. What kind of freedom did that give you?
Wow. Roy, ¿querés?
No, o sea, creo que iba a arrancar por el mismo lugar. O sea, te permite sentarte a dejar que la historia camine mucho. Y eso hace que puedas explorar mucho más en las emociones.
He says it allows you to really expand the story with a lot of freedom, and that allows you also to get deep into the ¿qué has dicho? The
Emotions.
into the emotions. That's in specifically with Arcadia. It was a bless because I don't think we would have been able to tell the story if it wasn't for Ignition Press giving all 12 issues to tell it. Or at least we wouldn't have the pleasure of the pleasure of being able to create this world in our way.
Very cool. Now, I'm looking at. I've seen the Ashcan, the number 0, in person, and I'm looking at the cover for issue 1. Inaki, you're the artist on this. Let's talk about the art style a little bit. The covers are so cool. They're so bright and vibrant. Is the whole book like that?
Yes. I mean, the covers are flat. I decided I wanted to go for something classic on the covers. But the interiors are, illuminated. It's whole. Eva de la Cruz is the colorist, and we've been working. I've been working with her since I know her since university from fine arts. So it's 30 years of knowing her. So she knows how to color my drawings exactly. The inside, the interiors are very bright and colorful, because one thing that Arcadia, even if it's set in a broken world, it's post-human, post-apocalyptic, everything. It's really a celebration of life. So we needed the emotions and the inside to be really bright, even if some tough things can happen in the story. At the end, the feeling you get is it's like, I compare it a little bit with Walt Whitman, with that, in the sense that it's a celebration of life. That's what we aimed for. And Eva de la Cruz is an amazing color. She did such a great. I mean, I colored the covers, but she colored the interiors, and it's amazing what she's doing in this book.
Yeah, just from looking at the 0 issue, like the interiors, they really do pop. And she did a wonderful job coloring. All right, here's the big important question. How do you guys work with your sibling? Like, if my sister and I tried to make a comic book, one or both of us would wind up dead. How does that work for you guys?
I'll leave this to Roy.
O sea, la pregunta es cómo podemos trabajar con nuestros hijos, o sea, teniendo hijos.
No, entre hermanos, vos y yo.
Ok.
Él lo mataría. No, we had our good fights, so it's not. I'm not going to say it's easy, but
pero en el aspecto creativo tenemos una misma frecuencia que no tengo con ninguna otra persona en la vida.
He says in the creative aspect, we have a very good connection, a great connection, and he says it's a connection that he doesn't have with anybody else in his life. I'll say the same thing. It's we have, even if we're brothers, and that gives you it's places where you can get mad, but it's true that we're lucky in the sense that we just connect in a creative level and have a lot of fun. I mean, sometimes we're writing and we're laughing together some dialogue that we put in the book, or a scene that it's comical or whatever. We really enjoy it. That's I think what saves us from from separating like the Beatles.
Separating like the Beatles. I like that. Is there, we have Arcadia is coming out. Arcadia is on FOC very soon, but it's coming out November 26th, so just in time for Black Friday and Thanksgiving and stuff here in the States. Do you guys have anything else you're working on? Is there anything else you could tell us about that we should be looking for from you?
Right now I'm finishing some stories from the last book for Matt Cave of Whatever Happened to the Crimson Justice, which I'm doing the art for with Frank Thierry. And then we really right now we're focused on the story of Arcadia, which is very complex. We have written up to issue 6. We need to write the other 6 stories. And we're also with our minds in Blade Forger, that we just published the first 5 issues with Matt Cave, and those 5 issues are really just the prologue. So now we're also looking to really start the story and continue writing that. So that's what those 2 things that were in our table right now. There's not anything. That's it. I mean,
okay,
we have ideas, but not working on it.
I have to stop just a second here. The first 5 issues of Blade Forgers were just a prologue?
Yes. Yeah, we took a big risk there, but it's what the story asked us.
Well, I can't believe that. I like as someone who read Blade Forger as it came out like weekly, like you cover so much ground in those 5 issues. There's so much that happens. It gets so insanely, like, it just does so much. Where do you go from there? Like, it just feels like it feels. I can't believe that.
It was. I mean, that's also one of the reasons it goes so fast, because it's once we have the whole story. I mean, really published. You'll see that this is like the sensation you get from an opening of imagine Lord of the Rings, where you just start the story with the of voice of that telling you everything, but it's just this short story before the real story starts. So that was the idea. I mean, we had to set the world just a bit, because we have to expand it. We just gave a little bit of everything and created the villain of the story. That was the goal, to create the villain. So now once after a prologue, you haven't really met the main character yet. So from here on, we start with the main character. So that's the idea. So once you get with the main character, you already have a sense of the world, and also you also hate the villain already.
That's great. I really, really enjoyed Blade Forger. I thought it was a super fun series, super interesting series. When you guys, because you did We Live Together, which was kind of an epic story that, was massive in terms of its size and scope of the story. You're doing Blade Forger, which sounds massive in terms of its scope. And now Arcadia sounds giant in terms of its scope. Is that just your go-to, like, to do these great big stories, or do they start small? Do they start kind of granular and then build out into these great big things?
Creo que no entendí la pregunta, pero se cree que lo he entendido. Creo que nuestro objetivo siempre es crear, peleamos por crear algo único, ¿no? Y eso implica tener que trabajar en algo grande, aunque después las historias puedan ser algo mucho más pequeño, pero como que nos obligamos a crear algo único y original.
Yes, our goal is really to create something unique. So that's why we end up creating something big, because it's something that we push ourselves to. Okay, this has to be something nobody has read before. That's kind of what Roy said. And ¿qué otra cosa has dicho?
No, eso, resumen.
So that's how we end up with this big world building and stories, because we just push ourselves to, okay, it has to be different, it has to be something new. I think that's the what Roy's saying. That's the main reason why we end up creating these big stories and world.
Very cool. Before we kind of pivot back to local comic shop day, give everybody the quick pitch one more time on Arcadia.
Okay. Well, Arcadia, it's a science fiction story set in a future where humankind has disappeared, and there's a new being born out of silos from the inside of electromagnetic cocoons called super dragons. And they are humanoids, but they're not human. And the story will explain what the differences are. And basically, it's a story about two young serents. That's called serents are the name of the beings. And we follow them as they try to find an identity. And basically, it's a love story. It's a love story, and it's a journey that you will be able to discover what it's really about. I think that sums it up. It's difficult because it's so long, and I don't want to say what it's really about.
Sure. Is there something that you could say, if you like this thing, if you like this movie, if you like this book, you're gonna like Arcadia?
Yeah. If you like Akira, if you like any movie from Hayao Miyazaki, if you like to play Death Stranding, I think if you like existential science fiction, at the same time, if you like zombie movies, if you like mecha movies, and if you like adventure and romance and humor, it's a bomb of everything. So it's difficult to say what not to put in the mix. Basically, if you like stories,
good stories.
So, yes,
there you go. Right. So back at the start of this, you guys mentioned your first comic shop experience sort of in Argentina, where, with trading in old books. And Roy, you mentioned that your first comic shop experience was stealing Inaki's books. What is the comic book scene like in Madrid? I know there's a wonderful store there, but I'm sure there's more than one. But what is the comic book scene like there?
I mean, the comic scene it's really very there's everything. You can find American books, everything from USA. European books are big also here. In manga, it's become really huge here. It's really there's a lot of readers and there's a lot of variety in what you can find in a comic store. And it kind of, I mean, I've been because I've been going to stores so many years. Lately, the stores have become even more neat. It's like it's a real experience, and you can find everything for your pleasure.
So, and do you guys have a local comic shop that you go to on the regular, that you go pick up your own books at, that you still read your favorites?
Yeah, I have. There's two stores that we mostly go to. It's Akira Comics and Omega Center. So those are the two that we really used to go. So shout out to them. They're great.
Akira Comics just won their second, I believe, Eisner Award for the spirit of retail, for being one of the best retailers in the world.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, from Spain, and it's they have to be proud. I mean, and they deserve it. They really do. It's a great place.
I routinely say that the only way anyone else is going to have a chance is if Akira stops running for the best retailer, because they really do have it all. What's it like being two kids from, you know, Argentina and Spain, walking into a shop, seeing your own work published by an American comic book company?
Well, it's I mean it's the truth is this is a first the book the first book that I can tell that I can say that it's what we live, that where we experience that, and it feels weird because suddenly you see that your book is being read also in France, in Spain, you know, in the USA, and that's something that it makes you proud. Yeah, it's a kind of you know, enjoyment and pride, and at the same time, I have to say I don't know, Roy, but I disconnect myself a lot from, you know, once I really enjoy doing the stories. I like seeing the book, but there's no much more than that, to be honest. I like seeing that the work is out there, but it's nice, but it's not something I really think about much.
When you go into the shops you go into, what are some of the things that you look for, and what are some of the things that make you happy when you go into a local comic shop?
Myself, I think it's finding something that when you open the book, you see the art and say, "Wow, this is different. I like this." Like it happened. Like with books, like with when I discovered Black Sad, and there's another book that I discovered was Gung Ho,
Mm-hmm.
and I look for that special book that I like as an object, and I like that's so different and and unique. That I like finding those kind of in hardcovers also. I like the hardcovers.
Yo quiero sumar que hay que supongo es algo que pasa algo también en las librerías, ¿no? En generales, pero que a mí lo que me gusta es preguntarle al de la tienda, al tendero, que me recomiende. Esa experiencia de preguntarle, que te recomiende y que se genere un diálogo y conocer cosas que no sabes que están funcionando.
Yeah, Roy says that he likes the experience of asking the retailer for recommendations. What's something that he doesn't know, and suddenly he'll be able to discover thanks to the comic shop owner.
Very cool. When Arcadia hits shelves here in a couple of months, what is the thing that you're most hoping that retailers are telling people about it?
I think it's something that we would like the retailer to recommend it as you have to read this book because it's unique. It's something. It's an experience you won't be able to find anywhere else, because we made sure that that visually and the story, everything is something that it's kind of becoming our how do you say our our card, our business card, but we don't want the reader to be able to guess what's going to happen. And this is a story that you'll have to discover. You won't be able to know what's going to happen next in the next issue or the other. We made sure that that's something you'll have an experience, that it will be a discovery every issue that you'll read, because you will be discovering the world and following a story that, like life, you don't know where it's going to end.
TJ James in the chat asks, how much, if any, do you find yourselves creating differently for the European market as opposed to the American? But the question I'm actually going to ask is, being in Spain and having grown up sometime in Argentina, does that sensibility, that background, make creating for the American market different or difficult, or Do you think about that, or do you think about the European market, or do you just kind of think globally? That was kind of a weird question.
No, that's a good question. Yeah, I understand that. Roy, ¿crees o...?
No, nunca hemos pensado en el público ni en el mercado al que estamos. Es algo global. Yo disfruto de películas de cualquier parte del mundo, de cualquier estilo, y lo que buscamos es lo que nos gusta de una historia, un libro. Es algo que te toque como humano.
He says we don't think in the reader and in the country when we create the story. We just, I mean, he says he watches any movie from different countries, so it's we just try to create stories that we like to read and that touch you as a human being. So I don't think there's I think it's a mix of everything. Now I'm going to continue. I think it's a mix of everything that you're not totally aware, because it's like when you're a kid and you have a toy that you enjoy playing with. When you become a professional or older, what you like to do is to reproduce that experience that you had while playing with that toy. So basically, what we do is recreate a new toy, trying to, recreate the emotions that we and the enjoyment we had when we played with that toy. So I don't think you think in any nationalities or countries, because you're just thinking on what made you gave you enjoyment when you read something or watch a movie or play with a toy.
Very cool. And comics are so universal that way, right? There is
Right.
no really regionality to them. It's just universal. We're in a lot of comic book shops around the world today, and there will be a lot of comic shops watching this. If the retailers are able to hear you right now, sell them on Arcadia. Talk specifically to retailers, not to fans, not to the average guy who's going to walk in and pick it up off the shelf. Talk to the people who have to hand sell them. Roy, you talked about how that was so important to you. Talk to those people.
O sea, un poco al hilo de lo que decía del vendedor de la tienda. Yo siempre que voy espero que me diga tengo algo muy diferente. No quiero que me venda algo que ya he leído, o sea, también, pero siempre espero que me diga tengo algo increíble, algo diferente. Pues Arcadia es algo increíble y algo diferente.
He says what he expects when he goes to a comic shop. He expects the owner to sell him into something that's different and unique that he hasn't read before. Apart from the things that he enjoys, he expects him to tell him, this is something new, this is incredible, you have to read it. So that's what Arcadia is. For retailers have to realize that it's going to be something new and really incredible. So we hope that they're able to transmit that feeling into the reader. And also it's going to be, it's a world building, and it's a big, I think this is because it's a really big book that we hope it gets enough success to continue, because it's a story that can build upon build upon the ending of the story. So it's something that we hope they'll be selling that for years.
Very cool. One last question, and we'll kind of wrap it up. Ignition Press is a new publisher. They're sort of the new kids on the block, even though a lot of the folks there have been around for a long time and are incredibly well respected in comics. What's it been like working with Ignition Press? What's it been like working with this new publisher?
It's really such an amazing, perfect experience. I mean, I knew Jamie Rich from when I worked with him in Godzilla, Here to Be Dragons, that got us a Eisner nomination. So I already knew how great it was working with him. He's really such a great editor. He gives you a lot of freedom, and at the same time, it's really looking over your work to make sure it's the best you can do, and you feel that freedom in everybody in Ignition Press. It's not just freedom. It's like they know that freedom ignites creativity, and that's something that we feel that they reward creativity in something that is special. They make sure that you are able to create something special, and at the same time, the whole team, everybody. I mean, everyone. It's like they are aware of everything that is happening, of your story that you're telling, and they make sure to let you know. It's really, it's like a dream. It's like a dream publisher right now. I think it's, to myself, it's the best experience I've had creating a book.
Yeah, and I want to give a shout out to Philip and Steph and a bunch of the team there for making this happen. I've been doing this a long time, interviewing and talking to creators. I don't often get to meet and talk to new creators. And so when they were like, do you want to talk to Miranda Brothers? I'm like, yes, I loved We Live. And like, I really like Blade Forger. So I would love to talk to those guys and then making it happen. So shout out to those guys for being partners with this.
Yes.
Okay. We've got just a couple of minutes left. And so I want to get to the important bits now. Where can people follow you? Where can they find out what you're doing, and how can they support you guys doing more of what we love?
Well, they can find me in Joy Art, JOII Art, in Instagram, and Inaki Miranda in Facebook or Twitter. X. And they can. I mean, we're planning on creating a newsletter. I don't know when, but we'll make sure to let everybody know. Right now, they can support us. There's a Kickstarter that I think it's 5 days away or 4 days left, so to the finish line. And that Kickstarter, even though it's fully funded, we're trying to reach the stretch goals, because we want to put 13 tracks of soundtrack for Arcadia. So, and it's linked to that. So that's a good place to start supporting us in the Kickstarter campaign. It's Arcadia, the Cold Open. That's like an issue 0 of Arcadia that we're releasing with Ignition Press in the Kickstarter. And then really they can follow us and support us with, in buying Arcadia and our books. And Roy,
they can find me in ROYLEFLACO in Instagram, X, or Facebook. Facebook, like with Roy Miranda or Roy Mercurio.
Yeah, because Roy is also a rapper, so he has 2 accounts. One for his like a creative director job, and also one for a rapper.
I should have asked about that. I didn't know about that. Guys, the link for the Kickstarter for the Cold Open to Arcadia is in the chat right now. Go over and back it. It is funded already. So we are just reaching stretch goals. We are just adding more content, and you can see some of the art from inside the book there on the page as well. So make sure you check that out. Definitely worth checking out. Again, I've seen the Cold Open PDFs at least. So I know the kind of quality we're talking about here. Last question before I let you guys go. Is there anything that you would like the fans and the retailers who are listening to know that we haven't touched on? Anything I haven't asked you that I should have?
That's tough. I think not. I think we covered it all.
Yeah.
Then one last time for the new people in the room, give the pitch on Arcadia. Tell everybody what Arcadia is, because new people have showed up and they need to know.
Sure. Well, Arcadia is a science fiction story set in a future where humankind has disappeared, and a new kind of being called serents are being born from silos, big silos, and from the interior of electromagnetic cocoons called super dragons. So these serents have like a pearl in like a third eye in the forehead that basically stores their soul, their consciousness, and their memories. It's all inside there. And it's about two characters, Halu and Fix, a boy and a girl, that are set to discover this new world that is the leftover of humankind, and find their own identity in this world. And basically, it's really about reconstructing human emotions from the echoes of humankind that has disappeared. That's in a nutshell what it's about.
Very cool. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really do appreciate it. Local Comic Shop Day wouldn't be the same if it wasn't our creator partners, our friends, our retailers all over the world. So it was great that you guys were able to join us. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
See you guys. All right, guys, stick around. We have another interview coming up in just a few minutes. But in the meantime, we are going to look at some videos that were sent to us by great comic shop partners from all over the place, including some retailers that have been around for a very long time. So we're going to start with some maybe some trailers and some parody commercials that they've run over the years. So let's take a look at some of those, shall we?
2 decades ago, the sun fell on Barrow, Alaska, plunging the town into 30 days of darkness. The stories swirl about this town, its bloody history. The massacre. But the people have forgotten. Or worse, don't believe it anymore. For Jalen, this town was supposed to be his escape from his past. But the sun will fall again. And tonight, after years of peace, the past will reawaken, and it's out for blood. Can you survive the terrifying revival? The 30 days of night.
With trade paperbacks and graphic novels, they're a one-stop pop culture bookstore. And with comics for literally every age, anyone can find exactly what they're looking for. Captain Blue Hen stocks all your favorites with new comics, collectibles, and so much more. You'll always find what you're looking for. Captain Blue Hen on the web and in Newark at 280 East Main Street in the Market East Plaza. Captain Blue Hen, we are
Hi, I'm Joe Field, captain of the retailing brigade at Flying Colors Comics, and this is my Scotch Parlor story. Now, everybody thinks that the summer of '67 is the summer of love, but for me it was the summer of comics, and I'll tell you why. On the third day of summer in 1967, I broke my arm falling out of a tree from about 20 feet, spent the night in a hospital, needed surgery, and when I got home, it was bed rest for several days, and some of the neighbor kids brought me little get well gifts. But my pal Steve, who's my sort of comics guru and was from even when he was 9 years old in 1967, brought me 2 comic books. He brought me Amazing Spider-Man 51, which was the first full appearance of the Kingpin, and Fantastic Four number 65, which was the first appearance of Ronan the Accuser, who's been seen in the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. And so that became the summer of hunting for comics everywhere we could. Yeah, and that's where it all started. For me, it was never a dream, never a thought that I would open a comic book store. My goal was to have a career in radio. And when I got out of school, I went to work for KJOY AM in Stockton, California. I worked there for 10 years in sales and marketing, and it was in that role that I had a kind of a loony idea.
All today's news from California's capital news station, Newswatch 13.
It's about time Stockton was recognized for something fun. So says Joe Field, who is spearheading the effort to have Stockton named as the birthplace of the Fantastic Four. The Human Torch, The Thing, The Invisible Girl, and Mr. Fantastic appeared on the scene 25 years ago, hailing from Central City, California.
There are many cities in the comics that use real names: New York, San Francisco, Los Angeles, etc. One of the few remaining that's still a fictitious name is Central City, California.
Well, it attracted the attention of Stan Lee, and Stan said he was totally behind the idea to, we've saved universes on a daily basis, this is the least we can do for little old Stockton kind of thing. And in February of 1986, Stan Lee and a guy dressed as Spider-Man came to Stockton to deliver the proclamation on the steps of City Hall, and that led into Stockton being the home of the Fantastic Four. And then Stan asked me to do PR for his wife's first novel as a result of my success doing the Fantastic Four campaign. And from there, I was asked to do advertising and promotion for a new convention that was starting up, which became WonderCon in Oakland, and became co-owner of that convention, got out of radio, and October 1988 was when Flying Colors opened, and we've been here ever since. This is where it starts in 1988 with used fixtures that we picked up from a Gemco that was closing in Riverside, to the times when I would do one-day conventions with a buddy of mine out in Stockton just to see if selling comics was something I could do. On that first day that we opened on October 3rd, 1988, when I came to work, the first thing I did was check the answering machine, and on the answering machine was a call from Stan Lee to congratulate us on the opening of the store. And I saved that recording. It's, one of those prized pieces of history for me. But it was, October 88 was probably a really good time to open a store. We were opening about 6 or 7 months before the first Batman movie opened. And that was a movie that sort of lit the world on fire, but most mass market businesses didn't know what to do with a weird, creepy looking Batman movie, so they stayed away from it. Well, that left the door wide open for comic shops like this to just be the spots to do all kinds of great things. And a little bit later in 1989, we were one of the stops for a signing tour for a graphic novel, one of the first original graphic novels called Batman Arkham Asylum by writer Grant Morrison and artist Dave McKean. We still sell that book today, but that day, probably the first time I felt validated that we were going to be able to make it in business. This only goes back to about 2011, but some of the artists that we've had come in to sign include Stan Lee, Neil Adams did this Batman, Jim Lee did this Joker piece that's the centerpiece of the whole thing. Co-creator of The Watchmen, Dave Gibbons, did this Rorschach from Watchmen. Liam Sharp, Wonder Woman artist, did this really cool Wonder Woman here.
Joe comes up with these creative ideas of how to put together a creative, fun fundraiser that would benefit either important causes in the community or important causes with the comic book industry.
Joe Field, back in 2001, he founded Free Comic Book Day.
This is the world's largest comics-related event.
What started small has now ballooned into what you see here today. Free Comic Book Day is now celebrated worldwide. In 65 countries, publishers distribute 6 million copies of special edition comic books for the giveaway, with an overall turnout of about 1.5 million people.
The comic book industry today is probably bigger and wider and more confusing than it's ever been. Comics are everywhere. Comics are the nexus of all pop culture. If you think of all of the things that are going on in TV, movies, video games, advertising, all visual entertainment begins with comics. They all begin with storyboarding, which is comics, before they ever hit the screen. And so comics are a really powerful entertainment medium. One of the world's best-selling cartoonists, Raina Telgemeier, did her little self-portrait from Smile and some of her graphic novels. Andy Lanning from Guardians of the Galaxy did the Groot. I thought 30 some odd years ago that I was getting into a business. What I didn't realize I was getting into community building, based on the people who come in week after week, buy their comics and get a little community along with it. And those are our Flyco faithful, and I couldn't be more thankful for each and every one of them. There are a lot of places where you can get most of the same stuff that we sell, but there are no other places where you can come and get what we actually give to the community on a daily basis. And let us show you something either in art or story or both that we know you'll want to come back to time and again, because we believe that comics are for everyone, and there's art and stories for people who are open to look at them, to read them, and to experience what we have. Nick Dragata doing something from East of West, Eric Larson, here's the deal. It's an all-star door of fame, and it's a one-of-a-kind piece that is sort of like a bit of the gallery view when you come into Flying Colors. My goal is to keep on making this work for as long as we possibly can. I will tell you that the reason I opened a store was for my family. My wife and my daughters are the inspiration, and it took a long time to really make it a completely family business, because those first 5 years I was commuting 6 days a week from Stockton. So the goal was get the family moved back here.
My dad just does what he loves. It comes from, he can't help it. It just comes from a really authentic place. And he wouldn't know how to make it contrived. He just does, like, he's very true to it.
So what do I know about the future? I just know that we're going to keep on working hard to make Flying Colors viable and keep on delivering comics and community Contra Costa area. We want to be part of what's going on here for a long time to come.
Well, that was a little mini documentary about Flying Colors comics and other cool stuff in Stockton, California, Concord, California now. Joe will be joining us later on today about 10 o'clock Eastern for our history class panel. That will be him and Nancy McCann and Jeremy Shore. They'll be telling stories from their combined over 100 years of doing this. So that will be very fun and very interesting. So stay tuned for that. I want to give a shout out to the Miranda brothers, Roy and Inaki, for starting the day off with us here at the top of the hour. Coming up in about 10 minutes from now, we have an interview with Jason Strutz. Jason is a comic creator, an independent comic creator who is live, or who will be live at his local comic shop, the Comic Signal in Grand Rapids, Michigan. So stay tuned for that. In a minute, though, we're coming up here in just a few seconds. Throughout the day, we're going to hear from different members of the ComicsPRO board. ComicsPRO is the trade organization that represents comic book shops and retailers, and they are the people who put on Local Comic Shop Day. They are the people who founded it, and they're the people behind it. So I want you guys to understand what ComicsPRO is, and again, if there are retailers out there that aren't members, I want them to become members and find out why ComicsPRO matters. But in the meantime, we're going to show you some videos from their board to kind of explain things. So we're going to take a look at one from Kate, who's the director of operations for ComicsPRO. And then we'll look at a few more comic trailers, a few more store videos, and things like that. Stick around.
Hi, I'm Kate, owner of Hello Comics in Charlottesville, Virginia, and the Director of Operations for ComicsPRO. We are the organizers of Local Comic Shop Day. Local Comic Shop Day is a celebration of the role that comic book shops like mine play in our communities. Stores are more than just places to buy comics. They are cultural hubs. They're places where creativity thrives, friendships are made, and people find stories that will change their lives. Our mission is to highlight the unique impact of local comic shops, again, like mine. Support other small businesses and bring fans, creators, and retailers together in appreciation of our whole industry. Local Comic Shop Day honors the past, present, and future of these, beloved neighborhood institutions. Participating comic shops all over the world and on the EXP will be celebrating today with sales, signings, and all kinds of activities. To find your closest participating store, check out localcomicshopday.com. Thanks.
I need to get you out of here, Corporal Crow. Even if that means leaving this world.
Of all the places you could have sent us, you sent us here.
I thought we would be safe, but something's wrong. Here lies the Man of Tin, murdered by the dastardly lion.
I think there's an evil in this land that we are not prepared to deal with.
One of my favorite shops in all of the United States is a place called Challengers Comics in Chicago. They sent me a bunch of these really goofy social media videos that they made that I always love when I see. So I wanted to share some of those with you today. And then we're going to dive into some more stuff.
My music makes the Batman sound effects. I'm at a walk, what the hell you expect? My music makes the Batman sound effects. I'm at a walk, what the hell you expect?
All right, so here it is. We've got a huge signing plan for February 28th. This is our big announcement, our video reveal for Marvel's Thor Annual #1. We have, coming to Chicago, the writer of Thor Annual. Do you want me to tell him? I'll do it. Jason Aaron. That's right, Thor's very own Jason Aaron. Creator of Scalp, creator of Southern Bastards, writer of Men of Wrath, writer of Thor, Original Sin. I mean, this guy has done so much, and we are so excited to have the Jason Aaron coming in to do a signing for the Thor Annual at Challengers. It's going to be the best. We're so excited for him. Tell him about the other guy. Oh, also, CM Punk.
Hey, welcome to Beyond Comics.
Beyond Comics, your safe haven in the zombie apocalypse.
Woo! More customers.
I like being a zombie and it still locks.
It's usually boring being a zombie. Not today. Beyond Comics. We're having a lot of fun out here. My name's Robert, and I'm a zombie.
I survived 2.5 weeks and I just couldn't take it anymore. They got me just before this commercial.
Beyond Comics in Frederick, Maryland. Your haven in the zombie apocalypse.
Sweet.
All right, guys. We need quiet. Straight across. Trusting Spider. There's no other.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Local Comic Shop Day on the EXP Live. I am your host and person held responsible, producer Kyle. Thank you so much for being here as we celebrate local comic shops all over the country. And at this point, we're going to go to a local comic shop. Now, I hear what you're saying. Kyle, you're not where you're supposed to be on Local Comic Shop Day. I know. We're pre-recording some of these interviews because, people have lives and stores get busy. So we wanted to get everybody in as much as we could. So we pre-recorded this interview. So just know we're talking to Jason on Thursday, but we're going to bring in our next guest. Ladies and gentlemen, our next guest, Jason Strutz, is a creator whose name you may not know, but whose work you have definitely seen. Jason is the writer and artist on his own creator-owned self-published story, The Returned, and has worked on other comic projects. But what a lot of people don't know is that Jason is a prolific designer of trade dress for publishers in the direct market. So we're going to talk about that. Jason joins us from his local comic shop, The Comic Signal in Grand Rapids, Michigan, to talk about the shop and his current projects. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome in Jason Strutz.
Hello. Happy Local Comic Book Shop Day. Again, as you heard, I'm in my local shop here, The Comic Signal, where I come to hang out, do events, teaching, and buy comics.
So let's start there. When we started talking about doing this, you were talking about all the ways the Comic Signal has been important and influential in your career, like, again, teaching and hosting hangouts. Tell us a little bit about that, and then we'll dive into Returned.
Yeah. So the Comic Signal opened up 7-8 years ago, and as soon as they were coming in, my daughter had a dance class in the same mall area here, and I was like, oh, cool, a new comic book shop. So I stopped in immediately and introduced myself to the owner, Don, and was excited to hear his origin story and what he wanted to do with the shop. And he was also just excited about doing events, and I have been looking for places to hold things, specifically the 24-hour comic day, which takes place beginning of October, so should be happening very soon, somewhere near you. But for some reason, I pitched this idea of staying up for 24 hours and him keeping his store staffed at least with one person for 24 hours. And for some reason, he was excited about it. And that was great. So then we could come in from noon on a Saturday and go to noon on a Sunday. And he got us pizza and donuts, and they do a great job with events supporting all of the local artists, and really take care of people, but offering that space for local artists and local creators and lovers of comics to come and commune together, learn stuff, and work on new projects. So it was very exciting to find a place that was very gung-ho about having people here.
It's funny that you talk about 24-hour comic day, as this event that we're doing today has wound up becoming a 24-hour local comic shop day broadcast, going a full 24 hours. And I always said I would never do 24-hour comic day, and well, I made myself a liar.
You made yourself do it. You made it up your own. You did this to yourself, Kyle.
Well, and so did you, but let's talk about your work, man. Let's talk about Returned.
Yeah, absolutely.
So give everybody the pitch on it's Returned is your creator-owned, self-published book, but you're doing it in a unique way. So give everybody the pitch on Returned.
Yeah, so Returned, it's a 4-part graphic novel. I've been releasing it as a webcomic, free at returnedcomic.com. And as I finish each part, then I go to Kickstarter to collect funds and basically use that as a pre-order system to figure out how many copies people want me to print. So I have done the first Kickstarter in the past March for part 1. It's a 48-page book all about Vale. She's fighting an army of the dead in the beginning of the book. Unfortunately, dead herself by about page 13. Spent some time as a bad zombie lady till her family finds her, ties her to a chair, and helps her ghost re-inhabit her zombie body. And then they have to escape. And then they figure out where to go next. Where is the safe place in the zombie apocalypse? It's a medieval horror family drama. Right now I'm funding part 2 on Kickstarter, where you can pick up part 2 and copies of part 1 through the end of September. And a little bit of extra time into October. You can grab copies that whole time.
So one of the things that I'm talking to people about on the show today is the idea of the split between the local comic shop and crowdfunding.
Yeah.
A lot of local comic shops have very strong feelings about crowdfunding, and we all understand why, but they can work together. As someone who's active in their local comic shop and who is also a person who crowdfunds their project, how do you thread that needle?
Well, what I want to do is provide the ability for local comic book shops to order the book at special pricing so that they can bring it into their shops and make themselves a profit as well. So I have 2 different retailer tiers on the Kickstarter for a 7-book pack and a 14-book pack. And that 14 comes with a limited edition sketch artist edition as well. And that's in the hopes of supporting local shops and expanding that audience to places that I can't get to. The Comic Signal here has been backing those retailer tiers, so they're able to sell the book in the store, and I can come in and do signings and help move their books as well. And I totally understand some of the reticence of local shops to be backing a lot of Kickstarters. Sometimes there are inherent risks in the Kickstarter system of perhaps not finishing books. I've heard of Kickstarters that apparently didn't have the licensing to do the thing that they wanted to do, collected the money and then provided no books. So I totally understand some of the reticence of backing Kickstarters, and part of my plan, both for retailers and for regular readers, is that having that webcomic out, so you can go see that the whole book is done, or the whole like part 2 is done. You can read the whole thing for free, and you know it's there, and it's just how many do you want me to print? So my hope was that would help alleviate some of those concerns that come along with any Kickstarter, and really any creative endeavor, are very subject to the whims of economies and lives and things like that. So my hope was to try to assure people that this is going to happen, continue to happen. You can see it happening the whole time. But yeah, I would love to expand the availability of Kickstarter books and the reliability of Kickstarter books for local comic book shops. The comic industry as a whole has run on some amount of scarcity for almost its entire existence, and Kickstarter books, like the print runs that I'm doing on these individual books, are very tailored to the Kickstarter numbers that I'm getting back. So the copies that I print of this are pretty much the only copies that are going to exist of these floppy editions. And later, when I get to a graphic novel, it's still going to be coming through me. That print run is still going to be a limited quantity. So it would be great to for stores to be able to order from all sorts of different places, as they're having to do now anyway. Distributors all over the place, so you have to do multiple orders. So perhaps what's one more?
So one of the things that you and I have talked about in the past is the idea that if you have a fan base and you kind of can point them to your local comic shop, or to point them to a comic shop, sending them in for your creator-owned book. When you think about the Returned and you think about the future of your book Returned, how long do you plan to go with the story? So if people jump in now, right, there's a volume 1, you're funding volume 2. If you find a local comic shop that has it, or if they get it from you, how long are you planning to take this?
Yeah, so like I said, it's a 4-part story. Everything is written and everything's planned out. All the pages are sketched. All the lettering is essentially done. So right now I'm working on all the final color art for the book, and that is projected to go through the end of next year. Looking to start running part 3 as a webcomic in January with the new year, and then running a Kickstarter in, I believe, June, and then another one in October, which will be part 4 and the end of the story. So basically this is going to be by maybe about a year and a half projects. I started posting last October, so it'll be almost a year, so probably about 2 years by the time the whole project is done, but we're a year in. So the story will be finished at the end of that part 4, and then looking to do a collected book in 2026, 2027.
So I mentioned it in our intro, but something that a lot of people might not know about you, and in fact, I didn't know about this. I'd known you for years, and I didn't know this about you, is that you have a really cool sort of under the radar job in the comic book business.
Mm-hmm.
You have designed things that most of us have seen and not thought about in terms of trade dress. Tell us about that.
Yeah. So I do work on other companies' Kickstarters or book projects where people are looking to get funding together and get prepared to launch their own books. So I do a fair amount of work with Bad Idea, working on their Kickstarters. So that's designing some book covers, that's doing book mock-ups with the, usually the art and logos that they provide me, but providing the graphic design for the Kickstarter. So working with them to bring people in and entice them to order the books and be clear about what they're getting too. Especially important in the Kickstarter campaign is to make sure you're making the promises you're going to be fulfilling. And so I provide that sort of back end graphic design support for companies that need someone to come in and do some freelance design to get their project off the ground. So I've done work with Bad Idea. I just did some work with Oni Press on their Murder Drones Kickstarter, where we designed an 80s style VHS box for the first film episode of Murder Drones, and that would go along with the new graphic novel that's going to be on Kickstarter right now.
And we will be talking to Torma from Oni Press about that a little bit later on in the day. So that'll be a fun correlation there. What is that like when you do that? Like, you're working with somebody else's IP, you're working with somebody else's idea, but how do you still bring creativity to that kind of that sort of job?
Sure. For the creativity angle, mainly you want to take a look at the graphics that they have already. So a lot of the art from the book, any logos that they have, any sort of inspiration that they want to go for, and sort of tailor the designs to the project that they do already have in progress. So when I'm coming into these type of back-end design jobs, it's more of a match the field, match the design, and I'm generally able to work with pretty much any sort of direction that companies want to go with. So for Bad Idea, I'm taking their logos and their art, and we have kind of developed sort of a spine design that they use for all their books. And it's taking that art and making graphics that work along with that theme. So we did a pizza detective themed Kickstarter last year, I believe, and that was fun because I got to pull in a bunch of fun pizza box design ideas from that. And it's a real back and forth about what is adding too much to this type of job, and what is just kind of fulfilling the design characteristics that are already there. So I usually come in with some probably extra creative stuff, and then we pair it back to something that is works with the books and fulfills some of that creative goal there.
That's fascinating. And again, it's one of those things is I've never really talked to you about that before, but that is really a cool thing that I don't know if enough comic fans think of go into the products that they buy, right? Whenever you see a graphic short box or a store folio with a comic logo on it, or somebody like Jason has taken and done that for those companies. So it's a really interesting part of things I don't think people think about often enough.
Yeah, and that goes to Kickstarter, that goes to direct market stuff. So do graphic design for comic book shops, for comic conventions, designing logos and graphics for all of that. So there's a ton of people behind the scenes, both in Kickstarter books, in direct market books, in your local comic book shops. Anytime they're putting ads out on Facebook, putting ads in papers or flyers or postcards, someone is behind that, making those graphics, and supporting your local comic book shop also supports a kind of invisible bubble of people that keep these places running.
So let's talk about your comic book shop a little bit. We already talked a little bit about Comic Signal. We'll come back to them, but do you remember your first comic book shop experience?
Yeah, I think I do. And so one of my first comic book shops was more towards the later end of my teen years. So I grew up in Buffalo, New York, and I was born in '81. So I was hitting peak comic age 12, 13, 14, like right around the launch of Image and the big names in comics being able to go their own way in a new direction for comics, and that was super exciting. And I had a comic book shop that was a fair distance on a bike. So it was maybe like a half hour away, but I would make a trip, at least every couple of weeks, to go there and take a look at the books and try to figure out, what I could spend my $5 allowance on, which went slightly farther in the mid 90s, but it was creeping up there. But it was a very exciting time to go visit this stuff, because you could see, like, on their their key books wall, it was still early McFarlane Spider-Man, Amazing Spider-Man stuff, and you could see, like, hey, this guy did Amazing Spider-Man, went to do his own Spider-Man book, and then left that to go do his own thing, which was super inspiring to see a group of creators decide that, hey, I can do this stuff on my own, and they can band together and get that, provide that to shops at a time that was without Kickstarter and without much options for self-publishing. It was a time that you could do that, and that was very inspiring as a 12, 13-year-old, and kind of put me on the path that I am on now, for good or ill, who knows? Because it's not the mid 90s anymore.
Do you remember the name of that shop?
I do not, and it's no longer there. It closed while I was still a teen, so.
Well, we're trying to connect people with their original local comic shops whenever possible today, so that'll be fun.
Absolutely.
Tell us about. You told us a little bit about how you got into working with the Comic Signal and doing things, but tell us a little bit about the Comic Signal from you as a creator and you as a fan's perspective.
Yeah, so the comic book shop here, Comic Signal, it's a large space, which is great because they can put in a lot of books and a lot of materials, games, and have event space in the shop, and it allows them to put in a lot of stuff without it feeling too cramped, too crowded. And when I walked in for the first time, I'm taking a look around, and I'm like, oh yeah, like this is good. They got like gaming tables set up. They've got their back issue stock. They've got new stuff coming in, and looking around, I was like, yeah, this is the kind of place that I need to make a connection with, to expand the audience, help the shop grow, and be able to run events at. So I've been part of Batman Day here last weekend, and their anniversaries and Halloween, and putting on some of my own events too, like the 24-hour comic day, and I also do teaching here in their kind of game event area, doing comic storytelling teaching, and it's something they're always excited to be able to host. And they have a great selection of books, including buying a lot of local artist books to keep on their specific local shelf. And that's always great to have somebody where I can walk in, I can talk to the owner, and talk about how we can help each other. And that's the kind of shop that I'm always excited to find and excited to be a part of.
Well, I was going to ask about that specifically because one of the things, again, I've been to the Comic Signal a bunch of times. One of the things that I really appreciate about the shop is they do have that local comic artist rack. Like they have that whole area where this is a person you can meet because they live in your community, kind of comic creators. And I really appreciate that about them. What is it like to walk into a shop and see a rack like that where it's you and I could name some of the other people who are on the rack, but we're not going to give them any rub if we don't have to. So,
hey, they're all local creators. It's good.
It's true. They're all my friends too, which is the problem.
Yes. We'll get
But to come in and see your book next to Seth the Moose's book, next to Kaylin Smith's book, next to a bunch of other great, Michigan and Grand Rapids specific creators, what's that like when you walk into a shop?
Yeah, I mean that's just a very welcoming place to be. You can see that they love the big stuff. They love the Marvel and DC and the Image books and the big direct market publishers, but they also recognize that the people that work for the big publishers come from somewhere, and whether they decide to go with a big publisher or not, like everybody, every area has some sort of art community in it, and it's pretty easy to be a friendly shop to those local creators, because if nothing else, you keep them creating, they could come, grow to an artistic level where they can bring people into the shop for their own events. So supporting those local creators and keeping them, inspired and supported, and not even necessarily monetarily, just having a shelf with the local creators, having events where you bring them in, that creates a kind of a marketing group for you that is both passionate and pretty accessible. And so when people ask me, what comic book shop I could go to, I can list all the shops here, and I can tell everybody each quality of the shops that are in town. And so people who are looking for big variety of books and a welcoming environment and all that is definitely a place that Comic Signal is definitely a place that I send people to get their books and advertise all the things that they do here.
You answered the question, but it's a question that I'm asking everyone. What was it about the shop when you walked in, other than the fact that its proximity to your wonderful daughter's dance studio? What was it about the shop that made you go, okay, this is my shop?
Well, just being able to walk in and walk up to that counter and say, "Hey, I'm Jason Strutz. I'm super excited to see you open a new comic book shop. Like, I'm a local artist. I love comics, and I'm always looking for places to host events and talk to you about what we can do to help each other out. And when I walk into a place and talk to that owner, and they're excited, they want to both help, but they're also just excited to meet someone in the community that is creating some of the comics that they love. So that welcoming environment, and being just happy to meet people, and recognizing that your local creatives can be a good resource for you as a shop, and keeping them going is an easy thing to do.
So we're running low on time, and so I wanted to give you a chance. I wanted to ask you again, give everyone, in case they're tuning in, the elevator pitch on Returned one more time.
Yeah. So Returned, it's a 4-part graphic novel that I'm working on. Part 1 was kickstarted in March. Part 2 is on Kickstarter now until September 30th, and late pledges through October 10th to get both PDF and print copies. It's a graphic novel following Vale. She's fighting an army of the dead in the beginning of the book. Unfortunately, dead herself by about page 13. She spends some time as a bad zombie lady till her family finds her, ties her to a chair, and helps her ghost re-inhabit her zombie body. That takes care of a lot of book 1, but book 2, we move into escaping. Now they're back as a family unit, except one of them is a zombie, and that's bad news. So they have to escape. We move into the zombie story tropes of like a collection of people who all have to escape a place, except one of these people has a big secret, and the family has to try to keep that secret while also hopefully helping other people get out of this situation as well. So let's move it into book 2. So on the Kickstarter, I have color editions. I also have an artist edition, which is all the black and white ink wash art, lettered, able to be read. I got a lot of comments about people liking the black and white art versus the color art. Both are great, but depends what you want to read your medieval horror family drama in. So being able to be on Kickstarter and launch these books and bring in new readers, bring in fans, both local through reaching out to local shops as well as anywhere in the world is a great resource. So Returned, you can read it free at returncomic.com. You can check it out on Kickstarter by finding Returned Part 2 on there, where you can get Part 2 and Part 1 through the Kickstarter.
So, and I'm going to make this same joke throughout the day, so everybody's going to get tired of me. Mm-hmm. Hopefully, we're going to be on in a lot of local comic shops. A lot of shops are going to have us on in the store today. And hopefully our retailer friends are so busy taking money, they don't even have time to ring things up. They're just taking money out of people's hands like it's a meme. But if they are subliminally hearing you in the background, sell the local shops on coming on and getting the retailer tier on your Kickstarter.
Yeah, so the retailer tier, specially priced packs of either 7 or 14 books. And the 14 book comes with a one copy of the artist edition as well. So a little extra incentive there. And that brings in a new audience to your shop. You can let me know that you've picked it up, and I am always shouting out the shops that back those retailer tiers. So a little bit of promotion in that respect as well. So picking up the retailer tiers gets you a pretty exclusive comic edition of hopefully a book that will be around for years to come.
Is there an easy comp that they can say, this is a book that will appeal to my blank readers?
Yeah. If I would say this is a book that appeals to fans of Game of Thrones and Walking Dead, if they would like there to be more hugging.
Sorry, I just choked thinking about hugging in Game of Thrones. Anyway, or hugging in Walking Dead, to be real honest.
Something with horror, but with a good heart. So find your horror fans who also have some little kids following them to the comic book shop as well.
Yeah, it also has just because I've read it, some zombie like Red Sonja, Conan the Barbarian vibes too. If like they were way more domesticated as people.
Yeah. Book 1 is very much the big zombie medieval fighting, and there's definitely a lot of that DNA in the book.
Where can people follow you, and how can they support your work?
Yeah, so you can read the comic at returncomic.com. I have a Patreon. I have the Kickstarter, and the Kickstarter is the most important thing to do there. So returncomic.com will send you to the Kickstarter. There's links there. You can read the book before you go, give it a taste, see what you think. And then I also have my personal website, strutzart.com, and you can find me on all the social media at strutzart.com.
And of course, if you guys head over to the explive.com and you scroll down to the bottom, there's a links mention tab where Jason's links will be listed, but also all of the links for the Comic Signal will be there as well, so that you can go and check out the Comic Signal. And if they have the ability, you can buy some stuff. So
and
make sure to check that out as well.
Yeah, I can credit the Comic Signal with being the birthplace of Returned. It started as a 24-hour comic that I did in this very shop from noon on a Saturday to noon on a Sunday. this was the birthplace. Gave me a dedicated area to do art that is not my house, and is definitely the birthplace of the 24-hour comic version of Returned, which will be making an appearance in the collected edition. So supporting those artists seems like kind of a crapshoot sometimes, but this them being excited about hosting events led to 3 different 24-hour comic day comics that I've made here, as well as this one that became a much bigger project, Returned.
If people are tuning in and they like Returned and maybe they can't back the Kickstarter and they can't get to the comic signal, do you have any conventions? Do you have any appearances coming up where people can come and meet you?
Yeah. Actually, this weekend I'm going to be in Allendale at GVSU for their LakerCon event, and in October, beginning of October, I'm going to be at the Edgar Allan Poe Festival in Baltimore for the anniversary of Poe's death day, and I'll be selling books and talking about a lot of my work that I do with the Poe House as well. So those are my next two events coming up.
Very cool, guys. Head over to theexplive.com to find out more about Jason from his links and find out more about the Comic Signal from theirs as well. Stay tuned. We have more local comic shop day coming up, including more drop-ins to local comic shop, more artists, more creators, more publishers, more people, because this day just keeps getting bigger. Stick around. Thank you to Jason Strutz for being here and for doing that. Guys, we are an hour and a half into our 24-hour local comic shop day. We're going to keep rolling along, but we're going to go back out and show you some great videos from some of our publishing partners, some of our local comic shop day friends, some great retailers around the country as well. But I want to tell you guys something important. You know, we have some great sponsors like Amp Comics, Oni Press, Ignition Press, and so many great partners that have come on to make this financially able to do this. But we can't do it without you. So if at any point during the day you would feel so compelled to send a super chat, all money raised from super chats and from our advertising partners today on Local Comic Shop Day is split between the EXP to cover the expenses of doing the show and ComicsPRO. And hopefully, I believe ComicsPRO is going to use that money to provide scholarships for local comic shops to come to the ComicsPRO annual meeting. It's an expensive thing, but it's an important thing. And so ComicsPRO always tries to provide scholarships. So any super chats or any money that comes in will go to benefit local comic shops directly through that. Remember, guys, it's scrolling at the bottom right now. You can text the EXP 419-855-2530. If you go out to your local comic shop and you want to let us know how things are going, if you have a question for one of our creators, especially a little bit later when we're bouncing around all over the country, make sure you text it in to that number, 419-855-2530. All right, let's take a look at some other great videos from some of our local comic shop friends that they've sent us to show you guys today.
Hybrid is a graphic novel set in a future-adjacent sci-fi version of the Los Angeles that I grew up in. When I was experiencing it, it was just a misery. When I got older and I got some distance from it after decades of extreme struggle, I started to have an appreciation for the incredible soup that I grew up in, and I wanted to talk about that. A graphic novel was a way for me to deliver some very, very stark, factual human truths. I think people want to look at the truth through a prism, and I think when we talk about things and we hyper-realize them in art or through fiction or through science fiction, we can actually bring more powerful truth to people that is actually more digestible and ingestible and something that can be processed. Art is about the most of something. You're trying to capture the most of some aspect of the human condition, the human experience, humanity. Art is also like a crowbar or a laser cutter for the human consciousness. It opens people up so that they can experience something that can transform them. The truth of hybrid is when you go to the poorest neighborhoods and the poorest slums in the world, there are child geniuses, adult geniuses, old geniuses, in every place of deprivation, in every prison in the world. And if we understood that when looking at that, we would bring genius from these places in art, the humanities, mathematics, engineering, every category. We would bring genius that would transform the world.
Folks, listen up. We're down here at Goldmine Comics, and we got all the best comics under the entire sun. Let me tell you something right now. We got your Spider-Man. We got your Superman. We got this guy up on this shelf. We got Wolverine over here. We got all the good stuff. We got Walking Dead #1, Walking Dead #2, whatever this is. Bam! We got all these sales. These sales are so good, I'm going to re-sign my contract on the spot. Right there. Here we go. Re-signed it, and they're done. Yeah. And you know another thing? Do you play Magic? Oh, that's great. You know, we try to make sure that we serve everybody's needs here. And if you're a collector, you can come in here, and if you want, you can collect boxes, you know? It's like, I'm gonna collect all the boxes, I'm gonna put them in my basement, and I'm gonna keep them forever, you know? But if you're not into all that stuff, because not everybody's into all that stuff, some people are not into that stuff, well, that's not all we offer. We have this and more.
Fashion video games. Disgusting boxes in the way. Science fiction people.
And healing moisture.
So much dice!
Just with a smile, usually.
Cool.
What are you doing?
Unreadable plastic comics!
Men, moisture healing. Goldmine Comics. We're the 3rd best shop in Grand Rapids.
I'm Rob Zip, and I am in Shenandoah, Texas, just east of the Woodlands, north of Houston. I'm at the Sam Moon Shopping Center here in Shenandoah, and I'm visiting my friend Jen here at Space Cadets. They just moved here a couple of weeks ago, so this is my first time to check out their new building. So join me and let's have the most epic adventures. Space Cadets Collection. They've got some $5 toys. Witchblade toys. But here you go. Life is a bicycle. Keep your balance, just keep moving. Albert Einstein. Here we are. Here's their hours. They're welcome, Matt. Captain Underpants. Brand new. They're still unpacking. They have a mezzanine storage area. That's so cool. They've got a banned book section. That's even cooler. Hey, Jen.
How are you guys doing?
All right. And then you've got the best books behind you.
You know, in the old space, we had maybe, I think it was only about that much space. So it's crazy to have
It goes
so much
all
more.
the way down there now.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
That's so cool. Well, you got to show me your new store.
Right.
Oh, that's some cool stuff. You should come pick that stuff up here.
Yeah, I mean...
That one has a VH...
TMNT's
Pizza Power Game.
Pizza Power Game.
That looks familiar.
I probably sold this to Eastman.
Are you friends with them? Kevin Eastman?
I think maybe not like, hey, Kev, how are you doing?
Yeah,
But he probably would recognize me from my face. Being
From the cons. Look at that. The gremlin.
Oh yeah, that's
It's all the giant porg. What's the porg's name? Porg looks
we call him King Porg. His porg of porginess.
he's a little dirty.
No, that's the way he is. That's
Is he really?
That's the way they come. Mm-hmm.
They come dirty?
Yep, that's so they, you know.
So let me say, so is this the children's area over here?
Yeah, because we want to have the next generation of readers have access to books.
A little golden book for Tony Bennett.
Hey man, he's my dude.
That's amazing. I mean, I had little golden books when I was a wee lad, but I don't remember Taylor Swift.
They even have Taylor Swift. I think we sold it this weekend, as you can imagine.
Yeah. Wow. There's Dolly.
But I like it because they make ones that are like focusing in on, you know, cultural heroes.
Yeah.
And this one's in Espanol, which makes sense.
There's President Obama and Vice President Harris. Got the Disney little golden books. Yeah, that's always been a big thing.
Yeah, there's been a lot of like the more traditional stuff. They've done superheroes too.
Mega graphic novel zone. Any kind of graphic novel you can imagine, almost.
Yeah, because this is almost not even the beginning. It's like people told me it feels like the place draws you in and in and in and in.
Some history novels.
Mm-hmm. Biographies, autobiographies, war. Like there's really graphic novels for anything that you want. True crime.
If you like the Blue Beetle movie, here's book 1, the Jamie Reyes. Yeah, there's more than one Blue Beetle, so it's good to know that this is the Jamie Reyes Blue Beetle.
Mm-hmm. I love that in the movie they said Jaime because that makes sense.
Jaime Reyes, thank you. Angle.
Mm-hmm.
That's a giant Mjolnir. And what's her name?
Greta.
Oh, I've got some aliens coming out there. The Flash. Which Flash outfit is that?
Oh goodness.
It's the TV show version.
It's gotta be TV show, right?
Grant Gustin. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I never really liked the first movie one because I know what they were going for to make it look like it could expand as he like heated up and was moving, but it really just looked like he was putting it together with bungee cords.
Yeah. Complete Flash costume. $200. There you go. And if that's but you can get the action figure instead.
For Flash, it's so funny. It's like
so many plushes.
Karaoke. Spread it out. We got more from that universe. It took us a long time to find that.
The tentacle kitties.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of tentacle kitties. This is these people are based in Houston, right?
Yeah, they went away to Hollywood for a few years.
Oh,
and they came back.
That's right. You always come back.
I got it.
I love it. There we go. The prices on the tentacle kitties. Very fair. And then packaged old He-Man stuff.
Toys R Us.
Yeah, just like Toys R Us. Toys R Us is kind of making a fake comeback.
Well, have you been to where they have them at the...
In like a Macy's?
Yeah.
No.
It's like on the second floor, you have to walk past like the purses and
Modern posing, retro play.
Women's undergarments.
That's
It's
awkward.
Just, it doesn't make any sense. Where
That's
they have
awkward.
that. Why would you put that on the bottom floor? Move your perfumes upstairs with that stuff.
So many cool toys. The Haunted Mansion. Hitchhiking Ghosts. 2 different versions of the Hitchhiking Ghosts. This one's really cool. Pops, a whole aisle of pops. So many pops. Do you collect pops? Let me know in the comments below. So many pops. This is a Walmart exclusive. Not so much anymore. This is a AAA anime exclusive. So you have some exclusives in here. Target exclusives. Hot Topic exclusive. Weapon Hex. That's so cool. I mean, and these are fair prices too. I mean,
we price them whatever the low prices we can find for. Within reason, we don't.
Yeah.
We have a standard like.
I like these colors.
Retail price.
Right. This isn't Goodwill. Even at Goodwill, things are overpriced now. It seems like. Adam Warlock. My parents are watching Guardians of the Galaxy 3 right now. I put it on their TV and left.
Super fun.
So if you do collect comics, you have all the ways to protect your comics. Not just your comics, but your other type of books, magazines in different sizes, portfolios. What are these? Are these movie marquees?
We are. I have a friend who is a screenwriter in Hollywood, and he had just collected these, and he said, "I just moved them out from under my bed."
What is this one? I don't remember that. Have you ever seen G-Force? Let me know in the comments. I've never even heard of that one. Obviously, it's a gerbil attack force.
So if you like
Disney.
cats and dogs, you'll love G-Force.
Okay. Ice Age. I've never even seen.
There's a bunch of horror in there.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah.
Tons of everything.
Clash of the Titans. Yeah, this is kind of random. From like what with Bruno, that's terrible. That's a terrible movie. The Lord of the Rings.
I have all of the new books on those rolling racks in the Elk store, and now they're all on the wall.
And then of course you've got E.T. E.T. phone home. This is the high money stuff. The high money pops behind the glass case. Why do you see the prices? You just have to ask for help. Ask an associate. If it's behind the glass, you can't afford it. No. But yeah, this...
It's just I don't want people to ding it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because if it's worth something, it's worth something. Like that one's $35. That's not for the Chewbacca and the ATST or ATSAT.
I mean, I know people, when they're collecting, they want to have a nice looking...
Yeah, for sure. Do you sell the protective boxes? I know there's like pop... Well, these are in it. A couple of them are in the boxes. Some of them are, yeah.
I know I have some, like, packs
The
of
giant
kind of
ones.
things.
These giant guys. I never had one of these giant ones. But if I did, it would have ended up here. Oh, and then look at the figurines. These are like some of the figurine, like that reminds me of something you'd see in a Japanese crane game. You know?
Those guys?
Yeah.
Crane game, they'd have those big guys?
Maybe not quite that big. No, that's actually probably bigger than you'd find there.
You know what's so funny we learned?
Definitely
we
not
used
this
to keep
big.
everything in boxes that are statue-esque.
Mm-hmm.
And we would never sell any. And then we started just...
Or Masters of the Universe. Masters of the Universe Revelation from Netflix. Yeah, I never got any of these. Merman is blue. Why is he blue? Okay. Jessica Jones. Got some movie posters over here. Prints. These are cool prints. Cool art prints. That's so cool. But this is the new location of Space Cadets Collection here in Shenandoah, Texas. You hear the guy moving boxes up here. They're still kind of unpacking everything. And if you ever went into their location, their old location, you know, they moved stuff around all the time. So every time I went in there, it was completely different. Graphic novel Blind Date. Those are cute. So you never know what this is going to be. Blind bag. So $25. You know it's going to be a good one now. That's fun. And then they got some dollar comics down here. They do participate in Free Comic Book Day when that rolls around. I think that's like in September. I'm not exactly sure. But if you are a comic collector, there's Century. You can get a subscription to your favorite titles here. I did that a few years ago. So definitely one of my favorite places in the world right here. And I'm glad they have a new location. Hopefully some better foot traffic. Badges of Legend. We don't need no stinking badges.
That's a local company. He makes them on his own giant metal press.
Really?
Yeah.
So local Houston area?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Very cool.
He made that display even. Cool.
He made the display too? Mm-hmm. That's so cool. The Clever Girl edition. Oh, and they've got like a little, you're supposed to put these on your car?
Yeah. So
your car badges.
Culture that was started by Subaru. To take
yeah.
off the Subaru badge and put on your nerddom badge.
Gotcha.
So you just pop off your, Toyota.
Jedi. I mean, these are good quality. This is like solid metal. Mm-hmm. Could be a Sith. And the cool thing about the with the Imperial, not Sith. The cool thing about this is you can put it any side. It'll work. Powered by Mr. Fusion from Back to the Future. That's super cool.
We've asked them to make some other ones.
And then they've got so many drawers full of back issues. If you were looking for a certain title, a certain number, like I really needed Excalibur number 44 because this is the time where you're all going to meet a tall, dark stranger. You know, you can't forget that issue. That's so cool. This place is so fun, guys. If you are in the area, you got to come by and say hi to Baby Groot for me. Look at the Spider-Man. Number 14, the first Green Goblin, $3,000. Wow. Slag.
Gaming stuff, and then they have comic book stuff. I don't know how many. I would call them to see if they have any Hot Toys. I haven't been in their spot since they.
Look at this fat Ronald McDonald. He's supersized. Come please buy this fat Ronald McDonald from Jen, because I will get half of that money. That's something that used to be mine. So there you go. Twinkie the Kid. Well, yeah, Twinkie the Kid was not mine, but this mixed supersized Ronald was. So come in here and buy that, please. All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed checking out the new location of Space Cadets Collection. So a little over 6 years ago, I brought all my comics and action figures here, and I'm still getting checks. So it's paying off, and they have a lot of great stuff. But I just collect stickers and pins now. But I got a couple of cool pins here. We got these skeleton thumbs up. I love giving the thumbs up. And this cool cat here. Look at that cat from Creepy Co. So, I need to shave. Sorry, I'm a little scruffy. I wasn't expecting to make a video today. You never know where I'm going to be. I never know when I'm going to make a video. So thanks for joining me on this edition of The Most Epic Adventures. If you haven't done so already, slap that like button. Leave a comment down below. And if you're in the area, stop by and see Miss Jen. This place is amazing. So until next time, guys, remember I love you, and I appreciate you watching. See you next time.
Thanks to Rob Zip for that. He is a regular out there at Space Cadets Collection. And so he wanted to make that video for us. Jen's shop is super cool. Like, she does really good stuff. Just every local comic shop is different, guys. Every local comic shop has its own unique feelings, has its own unique vibe, has its own unique life. And it's just great to be able to look at them. Myself, I have local comic shops all over the country that I work with and get to go to all the time. But not everybody's like that. I see Delight Loves Movies in the comments says that there's nobody out there in their area that sells new comics. Well, maybe the EXP is the answer. You said you like to look at the art. We've got 2 great shows on Friday at 7 o'clock Eastern time in America. I don't know what time that is where you are. We have the Original Art Experience with Nick Barucci, where Nick is selling original comic book art. And then on Thursday nights at 10 p.m. Eastern time in America, we have Sketch Up with Mel and Mog, where you get to see independent creators creating art. So that's always super fun. We've got more great videos to come, but we're going to throw it out to an interview that Matthias Lewis from Nowhere Comics and Games and Comics in San Diego, California, did a few weeks back with a legendary creator, legendary editor, legendary creator who worked on so much stuff that you know and would recognize. But they were contributing to one of the new EC Comics anthologies, which is put out by one of our sponsors of Local Comic Shop Day, Oni Press. So we want to throw out and give you guys a chance to relive that interview, and don't miss out on that book, because you're heading into local comic shops today and it's probably still on the shelves. So let's take a look at that.
All right, welcome back, everyone. So we have an incredible guest today. She has been not only a journalist, a filmmaker, a teacher, she is a comic book writer and editor extraordinaire, editing some of the best Marvel comics of the 1980s, writing for DC, Marvel, IDW, and more. The incredible Ann Nocenti.
Hi.
Hi, Ann. How are you doing today?
I'm good.
Now, Ann, you have worked on some of the best books in the comic industry over the last several decades. One of the most famous is unquestionably your Daredevil, which just recently had a proper omnibus of you and John Romita Jr.'s work of the late 80s. Can you tell us a little bit about what it was like following up Frank Miller on Daredevil and doing some of the most impressive storytelling in Marvel Comics on the character?
Oh, well, that's very sweet of you to say. I mean, John Romita Jr. and I had a blast, obviously. And, there was a little family at Marvel. There was John Romita Sr., who was the art director and ran Romita Raiders. Virginia Romita kept all the books on time, and Johnny was their son. So I got to work with the Romita family. So Frank Miller, who brought all kinds of genius new aesthetics to his run on Daredevil. He brought in influences from Japanese film, most famously, and his iconic development of his iconography and how he did the big square eyes, which I always loved. And it's so I was a journalist, or I wanted to be a journalist, and Denny O'Neil was right there in the office. So Denny was always like, just put it in the comics, because that's what he had done. And he did his famous No Hope in Crime Alley, or whatever that was called. I could be getting everything wrong. That was so long ago. And so I just, because I lived in New York, I just started walking around Hell's Kitchen, looking up at buildings, imagining Daredevil was up there, looked down at the street, and just started building this kind of almost based on a documentary style world. And I think one of the things that I did was I started with a bunch of creepy villains that I thought would have risen out of the bowels of Hell's Kitchen. And then one day my editor, my brilliant editor, Ralph Macchio, said, "You're kind of ignoring Daredevil. You're just doing weird villain after weird villain." And that's when Johnny and I came up with Typhoid Mary, because the dual identity of a hero was a perfect thing to mesh with someone who also had double, triple identities. And she could go after the different personas of Matt Murdock and Daredevil. And then just, once you start working with an artist, and Johnny really wanted to cut loose. And so that's when we did we went to Hell, and he redesigned Mephisto. And Johnny brought a sense of style and finesse to every page. It was just such a joy. So I guess that's we built on Frank, but we definitely went running off. And I one of the things is sort of when you're young and naive, you're not intimidated because you have the confidence of ignorance in a way, like I had new to comics. I was ignorant as to the great legend Frank that I was following. So I had, I guess you could say, the confidence of ignorance, and we just did our own thing. We just were so excited that we didn't let the pressure take us down.
Well, it led to such an iconic run that I'm so happy that everyone can get now with the new Daredevil Omnibus that recently came back into stock for March 12th of this year. So you can reach out to your local comic shop and order the Daredevil Omnibus by Nocenti and John Romita Jr. and grab all that. But jumping forward several decades, your most recent Marvel story was What If Galactus Transformed Rogue, which was an amazing one-shot, now collected as of July 1st in the What If Galactus trade paperback. Can you talk a little bit about what drove you to write a tale of Rogue becoming the Herald of Galactus?
Well, it was an assignment. So, I have worked with like a whole bunch of wonderful editors at Marvel. And for this book, Marvel called and said, "Do you want to do Rogue?" And they gave me the basic premise, which was anything you wanted to do, really. And so Rogue I chose to have it happen before she met Mystique and Destiny, before she joined the X-Men. So it's kind of and I just think she's so sassy. She has that incredible Southern, sass. And I thought that, and a rogue is someone who goes their own way, of course. So I thought she would be the perfect person to get right up in Galactus's face and say, "This is not cool what you're asking me to do. You're kidnapping me. You're harnessing me to this cosmic journey of having to decide which planets to kill." So the idea of being the herald for Galactus, the skill is tempering Galactus's hunger, like steering him towards the least odious planets. Like Silver Surfer famously kept him from devouring Earth, which I think maybe the upcoming FF movie takes that moment when Silver Surfer and when the Fantastic Four help stop Galactus from eating Earth. So it's wonderful that this story, that particular story that took place decades and decades ago, I think it was a Jack Kirby story, right? And that's going to be launched in a movie upcoming this summer, which I'm really excited to see. So Rogue got to have her own little angle. And in the end, not to be a spoiler, but in the end, Rogue comes up with an agreement. She bargains with Galactus and comes up with a way to make it palatable for her to be leading him to devouring whole planets.
It is amazing and very topical, and almost leads wonderfully into our next story. But you can always grab the What If Galactus trade paperback. It's out now on stands. You might even be able to grab a copy of the single issue of What If Galactus Transform Rogue at your local comic shop. So don't hesitate to reach out and ask them. But we brought you on for a big reason. You are one of the lead writers in the relaunch of EC's Cruel Universe. EC's Cruel Universe started last August in 2024 and as a 5-issue miniseries. Now it is returning in full form as a 12-issue maxi series horror anthology from Oni Press. So you get to be one of the lead writers on this with a brand new story. Can you talk a little bit about what you're bringing to the horror of the grand universe and sci-fi and EC's Cruel Universe?
I mean, to give your listeners some context, it's an honor to work for the EC universe because it was famously founded by William Gaines, or actually I think he inherited the company from his father, Max Gaines, and it was the launch pad for so many great artists like Wally Wood, and my personal favorite, Marie Severin, was the colorist there, and which led her to coming to Marvel. And also she's a brilliant comedic artist, and she ended up doing a little story where she made a caricature of me, which was a wonderful honor because she's also famous for doing caricatures of all those early EC creators. And so there's the legacy of, and then there's the sort of moment when, I don't know if your readers know about The Seduction of the Innocent, which was the Wortham book that basically said, children are going to get hurt by seeing all this stuff. And they were reduced to going back to romance and sci-fi. I think they had to shut down the horror aspect, which I think killed the book for a while. I'm not really sure. But so many great talents came out of the early EC creepy. And I think that's because there's a lack of anthologies. Anthologies are great for people who are between bigger jobs that just need to do a couple stories. They're great for launching new talent with just a 8 or 10 pager. But then also the art of a short story, especially an EC story, which is you're going to have the twist ending. And I was, when I was a kid, we used to read O. Henry stories, with famously had like a twist ending. And so then Twilight Zone was always great for that. And so you can study these early examples of a building a twist ending, which is also kind of, you have to foreshadow, but not foreshadow so much that you telegraph too much. And your twist ending has to be sort of surprising, but not unexpected. It has to be like, oh yeah, rather than, huh? So there's a lot of craft that goes into an EC short story. And you can see it even in the influence on Black Mirror today, that great television series, which again, I think what that connects to is, what are we afraid of? So when you do an EC story, or you think, what are modern day fears, which is basically the formula for Black Mirror. So for my first EC story, I just, it was sort of about the unintended consequences of AI, so the premise is that a young influencer she wants to be able to talk to animals. And so she uses AI to record like 1 billion hours of dolphin speak, and then brings her little translator to a dolphin playground and to talk to the dolphins. And the tension in the story is if animals could tell us what they think of humans, what would they tell us? You know, you walk around in the natural world and, you know, here's some smog, here's some pollution. What are those fish thinking about when we dump in stuff in their rivers? And what do birds think about smokestacks? And so dolphins, as one of the most intelligent mammals of the sea, the idea became, what would dolphins have to say to us?
And as it's EC, it's quite the twist. I can honestly say it is not the ending I was expecting. And
oh, good.
I think it'd be all the more amazing for readers when they get the book in a few short weeks.
And I just started another one. I don't think it's announced yet, so I'm not going to talk about it. But I get to team up with a great legend in the comic business. So, but I don't know if it's if they've released that yet.
Hopefully we'll get to hear soon, and we'll get to hear many more stories, because as you've wonderfully valued the incredible anthologies of EC, it is an exciting idea that we're going to have you working on more. Cruel Universe #1 releases August 6th. I want to remind everyone to reach out to your local comic shop, choose one of the incredible covers that is currently available for order this Monday on FOC. And for anybody who wants to learn more about you and that wants to discover what upcoming titles and books you're working on as they get announced, where can people find you online?
I'm on Instagram. I'm on Facebook. I'm sort of still on Twitter, but not really, because I can't comprehend Twitter anymore, what's going on there. And I have a website, which is my name, but it's Annie Nocenti, ANNIENOCENTI, where you can see my films, my journalism, you know, all that other stuff, and a bunch of links to comics.
Absolutely. And I mean, some great covers as we're showing on screen right now. We have the A cover by Lee Bermejo, Tom Fowler's B cover. I mean, there's quite a few on there. Not to mention, we should point out that your incredible artist, Kano, did a stunning job with his depiction, not only of dolphins, but other things that you'll find when you open the pages.
Well, Kano was amazing. I mean, I knew just from his layouts, they were hilarious. I mean, he's one of those artists that has an amazing range. And this story, because 10 pagers are difficult because they're so light, you know, you only have so much room and you have a lot of setup to get the reward. And so there were literally double narratives going on. There was a narrative on the screen behind the influencer as she talks. And Kano managed to not only put everything in, but he lifted the whole story to a place of real humor. Like that's one of the delights of working with artists, is that you turn your story in. The artists can take it in any direction they want, and we welcome that. You can take it to a really horrific, realistic, you know, direction. And when Kano's layouts came in and they were full of humor, I went, this is so perfect. And also, I want to shout out the editors at Oni. Are magnificent. I mean, they're so detail oriented. They're really thoughtful, and it's a great little team over there. So if you're a great artist or writer, I would encourage you to do a couple of EC stories.
Absolutely. And I mean, again, opening Cruel Universe, an amazing relaunch of the sci-fi horror anthology that we loved last year, and just a constant reminder of how amazing EC was, going all the way back to the 50s. So thank you so much for joining us, Anne. I am so looking forward to being able to talk with everyone once they've read their copies of Cruel Universe next month, August 5th. Thank you, Anne.
Support your comic book shop, everyone.
All right, we will be back again after a short commercial break. Thank you all.
Bye.
Welcome back in, everybody. This is Local Comic Shop Day live on the Experience. That was Matthias Lewis from Nowhere Games and Comics talking to the legendary Ann Nesenti, who created so much stuff that we all love in comic books, especially Daredevil and Typhoid Mary. And she wrote that incredible Cruel Universe story about the Dolphins that I personally really enjoyed. We are going to head back out to Matthias. Now, these interviews air on Friday on our show Order Up, our FOC show, where we talk about things that are on FOC every week. And this week on FOC is the graphic novel or the trade paperback of Redcoat Volume 3. Redcoat Volume 3 picks up with issue 11, and to launch issue 11, to kick off issue 11, Matthias was joined on Order Up by the writer and creator of Redcoat and the genius behind Ghost Machine, Mr. Jeff Johns. So we're going to throw back out to Matthias Lewis out in California for the Ghost Machine talk that he had with Jeff Johns for Redcoat number 11.
The incomparable man behind Ghost Machine, Jeff Johns.
Hey, man.
How's it going, Jeff?
Great to see you as always. I've only known you for what? How many years now? Decades now.
20, somewhere around like 20, 23, 25.
Yeah, it's crazy. I love that intro. That was a cool intro. I like how you explained FOC. Very concise.
Well, it's one of those things that it is a big moment, I think, for everyone in the comic industry. Not only the consumer, who is guaranteeing they're going to get the comics that they want by letting everyone know by FOC, but as you know firsthand, it is a important date for retailers, publishers, and distributors to make sure that we all get everyone the comics they want.
Yeah, it's challenging too. I mean, I don't know how you guys actually do it because there are so many books, so many covers now. It's really tough to kind of cut through just the sheer numbers and volume of books that you have to put on the stands. So
yeah, it's a
that's
weird
all.
one. Yeah, I mean, I remember the early days of FOC existing, and it was a notably smaller portion of my time. Yeah. And now I'm sure every retailer out there spends hours adjusting and tweaking their final order cutoff orders, all throughout the weekend.
Yeah, really tough.
But that being said, there is one book on FOC this week that stands miles beyond the rest. And clearly it is the new My Little Pony. No, amongst an absolute series of titles, ultimate titles, and all these big things driving in, I think Ghost Machine over the past year has been doing a phenomenal job driving people into comic shops. And you have created an incredible universe, as well as an entire, not just the universe, a publishing line with this.
Thanks. It's all comes down to the people that are part of Ghost Machine, and like Brian and Gary and Peter and everyone that's a part of Ghost Machine. And, we set out to do quality, not quantity, but quality books and create something different out there with new characters. And I'm really proud of what we've done. And I'm really excited to keep working on the stuff we're doing. It's super fun. It's the most fun I've had in a long, long time in comic books.
All right. So before we narrow it down to the books on FOC this week, or even the unnamed universe, let's talk about Ghost Machine as a whole. So what is Ghost Machine? What have you created with your fellow comic creators here?
Sure. So Ghost Machine is a collective of myself and writers and artists like Brad Meltzer and Peter Tomasi, Francis Manipool, Jason Fabach, Peter Schneeberg, Gary Frank, Brian Hitch, Ivan Reese, Brad Anderson, Rob Lee. Like there's just the top of class creators. We all came together to create and operate and own the company as a united group of artists, and we've got great people that work at the company too, and also own the company and operate it, like Mike Cotton, our head of publishing, and Brian Cunningham, our editor in chief, and a group of other talented folks. But we set out to create new characters ongoing series, not superheroes, but genre titles. And we have 4 universes. And the first one you named, The Unnamed, is a group of action genre heroes with their stories told across the history of America. Redcoat takes place, from 1776 to the time of Geiger, and Geiger takes place 25 years from now after a nuclear war. We have a science fiction universe with Rook Exodus by Jason Fabok. It's a beautiful book. A horror universe with Hyde Street by Ivan Reis, and then Family Odysseys universe that are stories focused around families and heart heroics humor. That's the Rockefellers by Peter Tomasi and Francis Menopole, and Hornsby and Halo by Tomasi and Peter Snaber. Great books. Hornsby and Halo's my favorite book in the market right now.
I love all the Tomasi books.
Yeah.
But one of the first ones was obviously Geiger, and Geiger started before Ghost Machine was Ghost Machine.
It did.
When you first started putting together Geiger, did you have any idea that you were going to form Ghost Machine out of this?
No. Gary Frank and I were wrapping up Doomsday Clock. This is probably late 18 or early 19. And we were wrapping up Doomsday Clock. And I said, Gary, what do you want to do next? We had talked about doing like Batman Earth 1, another volume of that with the Joker and some other things and other superhero books. And Gary said, I don't want to draw superheroes. And I was like, okay. And we started talking about what we might do. And I've been talking to Eric Stevenson for years about doing some in Image, and we had an opportunity. So we came up with Geiger, which is about a man who, in a post-nuclear war world, protects the fallout shelter that his family's trapped in all day from scavengers. And the story kind of goes from there. It's in the vein of like Mad Max and John Wick, I think, and with a lot of radiation. We call it an atomic Western. But we did Geiger, and when we did it at Image, we had a great time. Eric Stevenson was awesome. The whole team at Image was great. And we had so much fun. We started talking about, well, do we want to go do things for DC or Marvel, or do we want to continue this? And we did. And as we were doing that, I was talking to Brian Hitch about doing Redcoat. It was going to be a mini series at the time. And we started talking about these stories. And then we had conversations with Brad Meltzer and Jason Fabok, and everyone was ready to do something new. And also we wanted to, with all our experience, we wanted to do it ourselves. We wanted to control the paper quality. We wanted to control the schedule. We wanted to control what we were going to do. And we wanted to do ongoing books that it would be up to us when they would end, up to us how long they would go. And we had stories to tell. We just wanted to do stories that we wanted to do and do them for as long as we wanted to. When I was on Green Lantern, there's like almost a 10-year run on Green Lantern. And I don't think those things happen anymore unless you're doing creator-owned books. And I love long-form storytelling. It's the best. Monthly books are the best. And so we just all came together, and over the course of a couple of years, we started to secretly work on Rook Exodus and Hyde Street and more Geiger and all. Junkyard Joe came out, and we were starting to talk about what Ghost Machine could be. And we also were like, we didn't want to shove all the comic books together and cross them over. We're like, they started to organically become these 4 universes of genre of kind of superhero adjacent with the unnamed science fiction with Rook, or with the High Street books, and then Family Odysseys with Pete's books. They just organically became these 4 corners of Ghost Machine's reality. And we were all about quality. We were all about quality first. And even though the paper is more expensive, the cardstock covers are more expensive, I love how I can take my books out and they stay clean. They stay in good condition because I'm a collector too. But we focused on character and story and the best art there is in comics. And I'm really beyond proud of what the team has done. Like, this is the best time I've ever had. And it's the best people. Because I think when you first get into something, you just want to work on something you love. And then it turns into, I want to work on something I love with people I love. And that's what this is. And it's fun because we all own it together. We all own Redcoat. We all own Geiger. We all share that. And so the success for one book is a success for everybody in the company. And I love that.
Well, and I think the love shows in just the quality of this. I mean, these books look like nothing else on stands. Like, you know, when I look back at like big DC events that you did, that's the only way I can compare every single issue of what's coming out from Ghost Machine. Like, it is the big event. And this is just one of many things.
Yeah, well, it's. I mean, look, they're drawn by the best artists in the business, and Rob Lee's the best letterer in the business. Like, we have the best of the best. Brad's the best colors in the business. We have the best, you know, artistic teams and editorial teams and design teams. Steve Blackwell designs all our books. Like, we have the best, you know, people in publishing, Danny Ward and Mike Cotton and Brian Cunningham. We have the best. We just have the best people, and we just do. And it's the best people on all levels, on the talent front and on the quality of who they are as human beings. So it comes out in the books. But we're dedicated to these books, and it's fun to be almost a year in April. Geiger 12 just came out, and that was really cool. Like, between Geiger, the first 6-issue miniseries, the Ground Zero thing, and 12, we've got 20 issues of Geiger out now. And it's really fun to know, like, when Brian and I are talking about Red Coat, we talk about issue 25 and issue 50 and issue 75 and issue 100. Like, we know how the series is going to end. We know the series is going to go a long, long time. And that to me is really exciting, is that we can, you know, I want to invest as a reader myself. I want to invest in characters, and that's what we believe in. We believe in characters. We believe in, like, this right here that Gary Frank drew, which is going to keep expanding out more and more and more. That's our goal, is to just create wonderful characters that people love.
Well, and that's the exciting thing. Having reread everything for this interview, I am catching stuff that I had absolutely missed when I was initially reading these books month to month, that you are setting up a new character in Red Coat number 11. And I realized I was seeing him referenced in Junkyard Joe before Ghost Machine was Ghost Machine. I was seeing him in the Ghost Machine number 1 shot over a year ago.
Yeah.
So can you talk a little bit about what we have coming up in Red Coat 11 and how you have been clearly seeding the introduction of this character for years?
Yeah. So the Northerner is a character that he actually goes all the way back to Geiger 6. Yeah. And the original Geiger 6 and Junkyard Joe 6. But he's a character that kind of ties together the entire Unnamed universe. And I don't want to spoil everything too much yet, because the book does such a great job, but he's going to be a character that's very important to not only Red Coat, but also Geiger and the other characters in the Unnamed we haven't introduced yet. Some we have, like Junkyard Joe, and some we haven't, that are coming up on that timeline that I love, that we've had since Geiger 6. We've had that timeline out there, and that was back then was really when it started to form as the Unnamed, the world, the Unnamed. And to me, I saw them as, I always loved those characters, like, you know, Paul Bunyan and his Ox and John Henry and these mythic Pecos Bill, these mythic kind of American legends. And these are the ones that you never heard of. These are the Unnamed. These are the ones like Red Coat and the Northerner and Geiger are these unnamed American mythic legends that exist and existed. And we're telling their stories. And the Northerner is a key component to that. Like, if, you know, it's Red Coat and Geiger are the first two legs of the stool, and Northerner is the third leg. And we'll see their interactions, where Simon's like, Simon only worries about himself. Simon is all about, you know, the immediate. Simon has no responsibility. Northerner is the opposite in every single way. He cares about everybody. He takes things super seriously, and he has incredible responsibility on his shoulders. And they're a great duo to contrast against one another. There's a reason Northerner is appearing first in Red Coat, because that personality clash is just fun to write. It's fun to see. But the Northerner's first real appearance and who he is, you get a real sense of him, is in issue 11, Red Coat 11, that FOC's Monday. And he's much like Ashley Arden that we introduced in Geiger. He's a pretty major character in this series and beyond for Ghost Machine.
Well, and you mentioned Geiger. You gave us the pitch on how he is defending his family in a post-Fallout apocalypse. So if for any reason you have not, as a consumer, read Redcoat yet. Jeff, can you give us the pitch on who Simon Pure is and what is the story of Redcoat?
Sure. Simon Pure is the person that's least worthy to be immortal, and he's a kind of a middle of the road, average, snarky redcoat soldier from the American Revolution that abandoned the Battle of Trenton and accidentally becomes immortal through mysterious ritual by the founding fathers. The immortality was supposed to go to Benjamin Franklin, and it ended up Simon inadvertently gets it. And so we tell his stories across the tapestry of American history. The first arc is in the 1890s, where he teams up with a 13-year-old Albert Einstein and Benedict Arnold, who is another one of the immortals, the founding fathers that's gained immortality. And then we have subsequent issues where he encounters a serial killer family called the Bloody Benders in the 1800s, and then Johnny Appleseed, who I always loved the character Johnny Appleseed. He's such a cool character. And then Annie Oakley in issue 10, and now the Northerner. So he interacts with, in issue 11, he interacts with both historical and fictional characters, and they make up his world. But it's all about how long does it take for someone to become a better person? Because Simon's really not that great of a human being. He's had a rough go of it. We get to know him. He's very funny. The book got so funny. Brian and I never expected the book to be as whimsical and funny as it is. But it's just, Simon is just this, he just can't help but talk. And he talks to me all the time. And so he's very fun to listen to. But the book explores like this, how long it takes this guy to change. And it takes a long, long time, and why he changes and why he, becomes a better person. And then also has a great mythology to this mysterious supernatural, the supernatural magical origins of the founding fathers like George Washington and John Hancock, who stole, we learned that they stole their mysticism from the Native Americans and have wielded it in their own ways. And so there's a whole mythology of magic underneath the history of America that Simon is a part of and is trying to understand the entire time, and other figures that are connected to it or that want it or want to exploit it. But his adventures take place from 1776, where he first becomes immortal during the Revolution, all the way through to Geiger's time. And it's a really fun book to write because it can go anywhere, and we can deal with something really heavy and dark like the Bloody Benders. Because imagine back in the day, there's a family that had an inn, and travelers would go there and they'd kill them and take their stuff, and no one would ever know where they are. They just disappear, these travelers. We can deal with like kind of the dark underbelly of what could happen in America, and then things that are more fun like Johnny Appleseed and what he actually did for America. And then with the Northerner, it takes place during the Civil War, and Simon's role in the Civil War is very Simon. It's very, I'm not on either side. I'm just trying to profit. And the Northerner comes in and says, no, I need your help to do something. And that something is making sure that that forces don't help the South win the war. And so that's what this story is about when the Northerner comes in. But he's a great character. He's great for Simon. But that's what Redcoat's about. It's one of my favorite books to write, to have ever written. It's one of those rare characters. Simon just talks to you. Like when I open up my laptop and I'm starting to work on Redcoat, he just won't shut up. So he's very verbose in the book, but I think that's fun. I'm always trying to kind of like watch how many captions there are, but he just won't shut up. It's Simon's fault.
Well, on that note, I mean, you talk about the great lore of this book. I mean, starting from 1776, the foundation of America, and going into our future. This book has more whimsical historical references than the National Treasure movies, and in a far greater way. Did you have a great knowledge of American history going into this comic, or is this something you developed because of Redcoat?
Both. So the books I'm working on now, like Hyde Street, I love Twilight Zone. I love Universal Monsters. I love all aspects of horror. I've just never ever written anything about it. I love history. I love American history, and I love history and historical figures. So for me, this was a chance to dive into something I love, but I've never really utilized in comic books, because superheroes just usually it was utilizing DC mythology or Marvel mythology. And with this, I look at American history as American mythology. That is Redcoat's mythology, and it just has different twists to it. And so I love American history. It taps into a lot of things I already know about, but also I do a lot of research. I did a lot of research on every story I'm doing research on, whether it's about Albert Einstein or, General Sherman and Hood in the Civil War, any kind of aspect, Annie Oakley, I'm actually related to, any kind of, I know it's crazy. She's like way up my family tree. Annie Oakley's up there. But there's every aspect of history that I can dive into. And that's what I love. I love that I get to explore things that I've always had a passion for, but haven't been able to, just because I haven't worked on anything that's really tied into it like this, haven't really dived into it as much as I could have. And that's what Redcoat allows me to do. Yeah. But it makes it fun too. I want to do the fun version of American history. Like there's heavy things, and really the stakes are high, and there's light and dark in it, but really look at it through the lens of joy and wonder, and progress. Like, because it takes a long time for things to get better, and sometimes they get worse before they get better. And that's really what Simon is. Simon kind of represents that, that journey himself.
Yeah. And I mean, I love, as somebody with a master's degree in history, I love that you're still surprising me with history I didn't know. Obviously, in the first Redcoat, you have a reference to two major political deaths that happened on the same day on July 4th that I was unaware these two people died within hours of each other. And then you gave an incredible alternate take on it. So there's real history mixed with the fantasy of the comics in there. And that is something really, really cool that you can bring to light with this.
Thanks. Yeah, it's all rooted in that. And one of the things I'll say too about each one of these titles, like with Redcoat, Brian Hitch, the book wouldn't exist if Brian and I weren't doing this together, because it's pure me and Brian. Like, the tone of it is Brian and I's relationship. Like, there's some reason, I don't know why, whenever Brian and I get together, I'm laughing a lot, and because he's super funny. But we always just, I think, really enjoy life, enjoy each other, enjoy friends, enjoy company. And Redcoat just it's an amalgam of both of us. It's like this great kind of mixing of what we love, and it got funny, and it got fun, and it got warm, and because of that relationship. That's what I love about these books too. It's not like I'm just working with an artist and we're doing a book and that's it. These books have been generated and grow out of relationships, creative relationships, and then you put Brad Anderson on top of it and Rob Lee on top of it, and it's a gorgeous book. It's just unreal. I don't know how Brad colors all those double-page spreads that Brian's drawing of all these like war battles, and there's some Civil War spreads in issue 11 that are mind-blowing. There's one great one where like there's this huge war happening in 11, and you see this small little figure in a red jacket running away because he never stays and fights.
Well, on that note, for those who have not yet had the chance to grab Redcoat, you can go to your local comic shop and grab the trade paperback for the first storyline right now, as well as hopefully getting the second trade paperback and catching up on issues if your local comic shop has it, or when the second trade paperback FOC shortly. But the big one we got to talk about, as you mentioned, first full appearance of the Norther in issue number 11. What is the thing that is going to drive everyone to grab this issue, even if it's their first issue of Redcoat, to make sure they place their orders in time to grab issue number 11 of Redcoat?
I mean, the first 12 pages introduce this character in such a, I think, wonderful way, where you just hit the ground running with this mysterious figure who appears in 1764 with two Colts, two modern day guns, and there's a lot more to his story as he tries to utilize things from today. What's that?
1864.
Oh, sorry, 1864. Yeah, 1864. And he tried.
I'm really excited that he was a lot older than that.
Yeah, no. That he shows up and he he's in the middle of the Civil War and he's trying to stop some forces that are out there to help the South win.
Awesome. So we're gonna get a true Civil War story for Simon in this.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, and it's cool because he's like, look, they wear blue, they wear gray. I'm staying in red. Like I don't want any part of it.
That's awesome. All right. Now, the Northerner obviously makes this big drop here. We've been waiting for ages with little hints here and there. Can we get a hint? We have Geiger, and Simon, two of the three legs of this stool that you mentioned that have their ongoing. Is there a possibility the Northerner will get an ongoing series?
I'll just say you got to keep reading the books. And the Northerner, his first appearance may be in Redcoat 11, and the story arc runs through, this initial one runs through Redcoat 13, but you'll be seeing a lot of the Northerner very soon.
So definitely the issue of the Unnamed Universe to buy.
This is a really important issue, but more importantly, it's a really damn good issue too. If you haven't read Redcoat, this issue will introduce you to everything you need.
Awesome. And before we let you go, there's another thing on FOC that you have this week. As you mentioned, you're falling in love with horror, and you have a phenomenal series in the way of Hyde Street. Clearly, it's doing well because you have second printings of issue 3 and issue 4 on FOC this week. How are you feeling about the reception to Hyde Street?
Great. Issue 4 introduced this character called the Matinee Monster, and he's the third. Hyde Street is this place where if you take a parking ticket off your car and put it on someone else's, or you murder somebody, if you do something bad, and it can be small or big, you might turn the corner and end up on Hyde Street. And on Hyde Street are these beings called the residents, and the residents are there to essentially pull you apart like an insect and destroy you and deliver your soul to the mysterious scorekeeper who's built this place. And the residents we've so far introduced Mr. X-Ray and Pranky, and who's a Boy Scout from 1955. Mr. X-Ray is a advertising executive from 1966. And in issue 4 introduced the Matinee Monster, who is an actor from 1949 who was typecast as a Frankenstein's monster. And that book did really well and sold out. And then subsequently, when that sold out, issue 3 sold out. And so we're going back to press with these two great new covers. They're brand new covers we haven't done yet. I love that cover by Francis Portela. And it's the first full appearance and origin of the Matinee Monster, who's a key character in the Hyde Street. And if you love Universal monsters, if you love Twilight Zone, if you love Black Mirror, if you love any kind of horror, Hyde Street is a avenue that takes you to every type of horror there is. There's a reason we have, from monsters to, aerobics instructors from 1983. Like Hyde Street's got all your greatest fears. That's a really fun book too. And like Ivan Reese, we did Blackest Night and scratched the surface with horror with that. And this gives us a whole other avenue to do that. But the reason Hyde Street 4, I think, sold out, I'm really proud of the issue. It's a really strong story. If you haven't read Hyde Street yet, pick up issue 4, read the Matinee Monster story, and then go back and get 1, 2, and 3. I think there's really something special we're doing here. And again, like Redcoat, like Geiger, it's an ongoing series. It's really important for us to do that.
One of the things I really love is that this is like going back to Marvel in the 1960s or DC in the 1940s. Not only are you creating just great storytelling with all of this, you're creating a universe. Every issue has first appearances and key issues and collectible items that, who knows, 10 or 20 years from now could be those big 5-figure books of, this is the first time the Northerner appeared. This is the first time, we had this character or that character. So
yeah, it's fun to be on the ground floor of a brand new universe, or sets of universes, because there's new stuff all the time. And it is unpredictable, which I love. Like, it's fun to buy these first appearances. It's fun to read about these characters and get to know these characters. The biggest, most important thing is when we introduce someone like the Matinee Monster or the Glowing Woman or the Northerner, that we are spending the time for the readers to really get to know who these characters are and give them a reason to fall in love with these characters. Like I used to love, when I was working at DC, there were so many minor characters that felt like they just needed the right story to become relatable and become interesting. And that's what it's so fun building something from the ground up like this between the Unnamed and Hyde Street.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. So, and then obviously with Geiger, that recent first appearance of the Glowing Woman has been a huge demand that everyone's been talking about.
Yeah,
but
she's cool.
I know we have to let you go momentarily. Before we do, for everyone who is discovering Ghost Machine and falling in love with this, where can they find more of you and Ghost Machine online? Social media?
Ghost Machine. Sure, Ghost Machine Pro is our handle, but ghostmachinepro.com, Ghost Machine Pro on Instagram. I'm on Instagram. You'll find us through Ghost Machine Pro. The trades of Geiger Volumes 1 and 2 are out. Collect the first bunch of stories. A collection of Junkyard Joe is out. Red Coat just came out. Rook Exodus is coming out soon. That'll be followed by The Rockefellers and Hornsby and Halo, but all our books will be out there. And we've got some really great stories coming up and are already produced. So anyone who hasn't checked it out, please give it a look.
Yeah, and you guys are planning on keeping all of this in print, I imagine. So
Yes.
even if your local comic shop is sold out, they should be able to order these trades.
Yep, absolutely. And there's a couple deluxe hardcovers out too as well for Geiger and Junkyard Joe that are beautiful books. But yeah, go to your shop, go to your bookstore, and check them out.
Yeah, tell them Jeff John sent you.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you so much for joining us, Jeff.
Thank
we
you.
hope you have a wonderful weekend.
Thanks, you too.
That was Jeff Johns from Ghost Machine. Remember, guys, on FOC this coming Monday is Red Coat Volume 2 trade paperback, which starts with Red Coat 11, which you just heard about there from Matthias and Jeff. Guys, we have some more great interviews coming up here at the top of the hour. At the top of the hour, we talk to David Byrne. David Byrne is the publisher at AMP Comics, is also one of the creators over at AMP. And we're going to talk about his book Stake. But in the meantime, we have some more videos from local comic shops. One of the comic shops that we're featuring today is Flying Colors Comics and Other Cool Stuff. Joe Field, he will be part of our show later on today. But he sent us some great documentary stuff that he's had over the years. We're going to take a look at some of that here in a minute. But also, we're going to take a look at some trailers for some comics. So stick around and keep hanging out. And we'll be right back with David Byrne.
We have a great free comic book day. From the shop that started it all, it's our final free comic book day here. We hope everyone keeps the tradition going for many years to come. So happy free comic book day, y'all. I was writing columns for Industry Trade magazine, and back in April 2001 I was scrambling for a deadline and looked outside my front window here and saw a line, and that line was going to Baskin-Robbins Free Scoop Night. And I thought, we could do that for comics. The only thing cooler than ice cream is comics. So I put the column together and sent it off and asked for industry response at the same time my column was published in the magazine. And it was a pretty unanimous response that we really needed to do something. And it was a good invitation for people to come into comic shops. Well, after the column was published and there was some sort of enthusiasm for it from the publishers, we had a meeting at a convention in Las Vegas just a few weeks after 9/11. So it was like the first flight out for a lot of people from New York to come west. And so we sat in this room with publisher reps from all the major publishers, from my publisher, which was Krause Publications. So Maggie Thompson was in the room, and reps from Diamond Comic Distributors. And basically the question was asked, okay, do we do this? And everyone looked around it and said, we have to do this. It was really a watershed moment, because publishers have a tendency not to agree about anything, but they were really agreeable about this. And I think some of it was the raw time post 9/11, but I think some of it was that had just come through a pretty rocky time of the distributor wars of the 90s, and sort of not a great sales period from like 1997 to 2000. So good things were happening in comics, but we just had no mechanism to invite people in to check out the good stuff going on. Free Comic Book Day became that invitation for people to go into comic book stores and see that just the wide variety of stuff that we have for readers of all ages and interests, and to see the fun that people have when they're reading comics and enjoying the stories. There's always some hesitancy when anything new is tried, and so there were some people who were, maybe a little bit skittish to give it a shot. That first year, I think we had 4 publishers. We had Marvel Comics, DC Comics, Image, and Dark Horse that did free Comic Book Day special editions. There were other publishers, including Oni Press, that actually contributed backstock to the event. So it started, relatively modestly with the main publishers, but it was a big hit from the start. So everyone loves a winner, and so publishers started to jump on, and retailers really jumped on. So I think prior to the pandemic, at its height, Free Comic Book Day was happening in more than 60 countries with more than 2,000 comic shops, and somewhere along the lines of 5 or 6 million comics a year were being given away. Yeah, the first Free Comic Book Day at Flying Colors was a lot of fun. Obviously, we got a lot of good publicity because we were starting something new, and our 2 guests that day were artist Mick Gray, who was working for DC Comics at the time, and independent artist Jason Doobie from Scattered Comics. And they sketched and drew for fans, and we started sort of the tradition then of having a cake and just making it a party. And we had hundreds of people roll through here during the course of that day, and it was just a happy, feel-good event. And that's what we've tried to make it every year since. Well, on a wider level, I'm not all that involved with the international promotion of the event. Most of that is in the hands of the publishers, mostly in the hands of Diamond Comic Distributors. So naturally there were a lot of press releases that went out, and a lot of coverage in papers and on TV news stations, that sort of thing, and that's continued. It's been pretty interesting to see everywhere it goes, and we also have a lot of school and public libraries that are involved now, and so it's something that continues to evolve, and I think we have about 1 million people a year that visit stores and libraries for a Free Comic Book Day. So it is the world's largest comic book related event. Yeah, it's sort of mixed emotions, to be honest. We are hoping that we find a new location to move to and be able to continue what we do. That's still a little bit up in the air right now. But I'm very grateful to everybody who's been so enthusiastic about coming here for Free Comic Book Day.
Well, it wouldn't be live TV if there weren't some flub ups. We'll re-air that documentary later in the day, but right now we're going to throw over to my interview with David Byrne. We are talking to David Byrne about his comic Stake, which is out from AM Comics, which is one of our partners today. They are a big part of what Local Comic Shop Day is doing this year, and a great publisher that you should definitely pay attention to. So let's take a look at what David Byrne has. Welcome back in, everybody. It's Local Comic Shop Day live on the EXP. And you're looking at me going, Kyle, you're wearing a different shirt and you're in a different place. That is correct. Sometimes in order to be live, you have to pre-record. And that's the case with our next guest. Our next guest is at the moment on his way to a local comic shop to meet you, the fans of the books, in person. So we recorded this a little bit ahead of time so that we could still talk to this creator, but then he would have plenty of time in the shop to interact with fans. So if you're going, wait, why is Kyle wearing a different? Get over it. Ladies and gentlemen, I was talking to this person. I'm shocked I've never interviewed them. I'm excited to talk to them. Ladies, I want to bring in David A. Byrne, the writer of Stake from AMP Comics.
How are you?
I'm great. I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate. I'm going to say this a lot about AMP today. AMP stepped up in a big way for this broadcast. So I want to shout out Don. I want to shout out you. I want to shout out Josh Starnes. AMP is going to be a big part of this broadcast today because the guys at AMP are the coolest and they're like just down for stuff. So shout out to that. How did you come to be partnered up with this group of guys?
Well, we'd all, Josh, Don, and myself, we had been relatively high up in other companies, you know, Scout and Red 5. And a couple years ago, I actually just called Don to see how he was doing. And he said, well, you know what, I'm starting a new thing and I need a publisher. It's with Josh Starnes. I think you know him. I was like, yeah, I know Josh. And he's like, are you in? I was like, I mean, I didn't even really think about it. I just said, sure. And then here we are. And, you know, like you said, we're all here for you for this. We're relatively new, but we did a huge ComicsPRO event last year. You know, we all came out. We love retailers. I've been a retailer. I think Josh has done a ton with the retailers where he is in Texas, and we've all been in communication with everyone started with Scout in 2019, I think. And, you know, always been very close with every retailer that I could talk to.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and, you know, I didn't mention them at the beginning, but AMP is also partnering with Chispa to publish The Dusk, which is another book. So AMP has Stake Jessamy, which is a Local Comic Shop Day exclusive today, and a Dusk cover from Alex Segura. And that interview will be airing later on today with Hector from Chispa. That's all part of this. So again, shout out to AMP and those guys for coming in big. But let's focus on your stuff rather than the whole company, because I mean that's more fun, right?
Well, no, I mean my official position is that all the titles are equal, but of course I'm here because this week we have, like you said, we have The Dusk coming out through our Chispa imprint, but also Stake Presents Jessamy, which is a special version for Local Comic Shop Day.
Yeah. So tell everyone what Stake is, and then because Stake existed before this series, right?
Correct. Yeah. Stake initially came out in the direct market, the first volume in 2021. We have 6 issues out. It is about a teenage girl who sees her friend getting his heart ripped out by vampires on national TV and social media and everything. And then we fast forward 3 years later, and she's a member of the Vampire Bounty Hunting Union, where she's teamed with Vampire Jessamy, and their job is to track down and register unregistered vampires. And she does a lot of it while live on social media. Stake Presents Jessamy, which is coming out this week for Local Comic Shop Day, the early edition, is actually a tale in the 18th century featuring her vampire partner Jessamy. So she's throughout history, her job has been to keep vampires secret. In the modern day, obviously they're already out in the open, so her job is now to regulate the regular vampires. This story starts with her in England getting rumors from the New World of monsters eating slaves on a plantation. So she basically has to come to the New World, do detective work, and go regulate.
I like the concept, and I read the first volume when it was originally out. The whole idea of vampires exist, get over it, here's how we deal with that, like, is sort of a fun concept for me. How did you come to picking this particular group of vampires, these particular characters?
To me, originally the Steak character, it was kind of just evolved in my head. When I get a story, it kind of sits in my head for like a year before it, like, it just forces me to write it down. So it started with the character, and I was like, I actually did a lot of research because the name came to me first. I was like, there's never been a vampire hunter who was called Steak, and it's like that feels pretty obvious, like it should be something. And then it built out from that. And, just over time, I'm like, well, who is this character? And even things like her doing a lot of stuff live on social media, that evolved from the character itself growing in my head. And, she came to life. She had a personality. It's like, oh, well, she's always getting in trouble because she's got a mouth. She's a teenager at the time when social media is a thing. So it just kind of evolved that way. And it wasn't even that big of a part of it until I got a lot of feedback after the first issue that people were like, oh, wow, that's so great with, how crazy that she's doing this stuff live on social media. So it actually became more of an integral part to the character just from feedback. And then, Jessamy, I try to put meaning behind names, and I came up with I was telling you earlier, it's like the jessamine or jasmine flower because she's pale, she's white, but I mean, you don't want to eat it because it can be deadly. So it's like there's a lot to it, but her design came from just we all need a badass looking character too when we create a comic. So and I figured giving a teenage girl a vampire mentor who was thousands of years old and was no nonsense just kind of fit.
Well, in Steak, and it sounds like Steak Jessamy, which I'm excited to pick up and read on Saturday, they're part of this thing that's happening in comics right now where your traditional universal monsters, your vampires, your werewolves, your Frankenstein style, monsters, they're having a moment, but they're having a moment specifically in horror. And this is not just straight ahead horror. It's got a lot of action in it as well.
Yeah. I mean, I also consider the main series is sort of a coming of age because the event happened when she was 16. It completely threw her world into upheaval. She was right in the middle of it because it happened to one of her friends, and that happened because of who her other friend was. And so she missed basically very formative years growing up. So she's now 19. She's in a very serious position in the world, but she's still kind of, like I said, lost those years of growing up being just a normal high school kid. So she's kind of learning to be an adult as she goes, also while doing a very serious job. And then as far as the vampires go, I think humanizing what are traditionally, and vampires more so than others have always kind of been humanized, but we're also making it where there are scenes where there's protests, it can correlate with a lot of social movements where vampires, they're being registered, people don't like them, they don't want them living on their street. It's the same thing we've seen for hundreds of years in different ways. So it, like I said, it's humanizing them.
Yeah. So the new volume, Steak Jessamy, and you just said it a minute ago, but I want to hit it separate from Steak, the original series. give us the you're picking up this book on local comic shop day. You're picking this book up when it comes out. The full series comes out. What makes this one completely unique?
I think probably the whole concept of a vampire's whole job being keeping vampires secret. And we haven't gotten into it because there's a backstory why this is actually her job to do this. But for this particular story, she's just chilling in England. She gets and this isn't a bit much of a spoiler because it happens in the first couple of pages, but the council in England literally gets a letter from Ben Franklin that, hey, I'm sitting here in my shop and I'm hearing people talk in the bar about monsters who they might fit the description of what you guys are trying to keep secret. So you might want to send over somebody to come and regulate and see what's going on over here.
What is the historical context of this? Right. The time had to be an interesting challenge for you because, again, we talked about Stake being so much of it was on social media.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the writing something that is very different to that because, again, you don't have the social media, you don't have some of those aspects of the original series to go back to use in this series, in this story. What was that like? Was that fun? Was that a challenge? How did that present itself?
It's actually, it's a lot of fun, and it's something that I purposely set out to do, which initially Francesca Fantini has drawn all of the issues of Stake. She came on initially to be the artist for the miniseries spinoffs we were doing that we were intending to do between arcs of the main series. And the spinoffs were meant to be a break from the modern day, and having Jessamy and other vampire characters, we were able to go back in time and basically have an unlimited canvas of when we could go historically. And I plotted out the story, and then from there I got to, I think some writers don't like to do research. I do it when it fits the story, and man, some of the rabbit holes I went down to have historical accuracy on things in the book. It's fun, but it's also, I was supposed to write 12 pages tonight, but I ended up instead spending 2 hours finding out the name of a prison ship that was traveling from England to Philadelphia in the 18th century that was making regular rounds.
Right. And I think that's one of the interesting things. History is one of my favorite subjects. And I work with an organization where we just found out a piece of settled history is in fact untrue, because here 300 years after we all accepted it as true, come to find out it isn't, because we found new paperwork, right? We found a muster roll from a Revolutionary War company that we didn't know existed. So having a character like Jessamy, who is nigh on immortal, and being able to play in a sandbox as big as all of history, it leaves you open to be able to come back to this time and tell more stories and jump ahead and come back. Is that something you plan to do, are interested in doing? Is that something that fits with kind of your goals?
Oh yeah, 100%. Even not just her, because there's a group of bad vampires in the main series who I actually have a story with them that I want to connect some of them, hooking up, how they got together, and that's going to be probably set 600 years in the past. So I mean, the next Jessamy story, and I don't think it's much of a spoiler because I'll tell anyone who will listen, is going to be set in feudal Japan. So just because there's so much you can do with that samurai, the setting, the visuals will be, amazing. And there's such a rich history there.
I love that. And I think that is such an interesting time to tell stories in, because it is such a unique moment in history. And I'm excited to see how the vampire part of this plays into that. As you start looking toward this whole the series. Again, we're getting like the first issue sort of in a pre-release sort of way for Local Comic Shop Day. Tell everybody what they're in for. Like, are we talking a 6-issue miniseries? Is it 12? Is it how long? How many issues is it? And then kind of what are they in for? What kind of roller coaster do they get to see in this book?
This one is it's a quick in and out, 3 issues, self-contained story. You don't have to be familiar with Stake in general. We wanted to tell a contained story that basically shows you who Jessamy is and what she does. And I think we succeed in that. The fun thing we got to do is with the setting and the time frame that this played out in, and I've done it in the past. I did originally what we called an archival edition, where we printed up pages on parchment paper and had a leatherette cover and made it look like the story was being told as a journal. And then that we kind of played into that with the Local Comic Shop Day version, which we're calling the early edition. It's got a sepia tone cover and all the pages inside are sepia tone.
Very cool. You mentioned it earlier, and I would be not doing my job if I didn't ask. As a writer who's also got the big title with the company, how do you separate the two things? Like, how do you keep writer David over here and David, who's David's boss, over here?
Well, you have to put the publishing first because you actually have an obligation to other writers, other creators, the rest of the people in your company. It's very important to make sure that you are looking out for them. And, while I post about my stuff, I also post about their stuff. I'm making sure, we're answering questions from retailers. We're letting them know what we're doing. If they need something for Never Wars or Prodigal Son, we're on top of that between myself, Josh, and Don. Retailers can tell you we're very accommodating. If they have a question, they need something, we're there. We make sure that outside of our own titles that stuff comes first. I've always been that way, and even my time at Scout, it's why I haven't put out as much Stake as I would like to, because I make sure that everybody else is taken care of first.
Yeah, and I think that's important, and I think that's one of the things that makes AMP sort of unique in a way, that everybody is a creator. There's not a guy in an office somewhere who's counting beans. Yep. Sure, there's a guy in an office somewhere counting beans, but he's also writing a comic book story about a guy who counts beans, or about what happens when you run over Cupid with your car, or whatever. Like,
yeah, don't do that unless you want to become Cupid.
Right. So I think that's a very interesting thing, and you guys are not all in the same place.
Oh no, we're all over. Yeah.
Right. Is that a challenge, or is that just kind of, does that make it easier?
I think that's just the modern world. Yeah, because Don's in Los Angeles, Josh is he's in Texas, I'm in Florida, and then we have Joshua Malkin, who's our editor-in-chief. He's also in Los Angeles, and he's a writer as well. So pretty much all of our principals. We do have an office space in Los Angeles, which is really cool, and I got to go out to it at ComicsPRO this year, that's kind of the funny thing. We've been doing this for 2 years, and I've been to the office once.
Right. But no, but do you see that as an advantage?
Well, I guess maybe because we are able to represent in different regions, because I know Josh stops into the shops there in Texas a lot. I'm able to go to places here in Florida. Don will hand deliver things to people in Los Angeles. So when we order books through our printer, we have some sent to each of us. So we're, like I said, we're able to hit the different regions. So I think, yeah, you do lose a little not getting the face-to-face all the time, but we do Zooms. And when we see each other, we give each other a big hug, and then we do what we're there to do, and we go our separate ways and get back to what we were doing.
Right. So it's Local Comic Shop Day, and we talked about how AMP stepped up big for Local Comic Shop Day. What what is your relationship with local comic shops? Do you remember your first? What is that story?
I don't remember vividly my first. I know which one it was, and I know what I left with.
Okay.
So my mom was instrumental in my collecting, reading, comics, cards, everything. She was part of that. We lived in St. Pete, Florida at the time, and Emerald City Comics, it's not in the same location, but it's still there. And actually it's the shop that Jimmy Palmiotti has his office in. So it was probably the late 80s. My mom took me in. She was a big Spider-Man fan, and she bought me Amazing Spider-Man 55, 60, I want to say 61 or 2, and one in the early 70s. So it was one with Doc Ock on the cover, big image of Doc Ock's face, one with, I think, Quicksilver, and another one with the Vulture on the cover, or maybe Mysterio. I have them in a box somewhere still, but those weren't my first comics ever, but that's the first time I remember it being at an actual comic shop.
Do you have a local comic shop now?
We have a couple here. We've got Arkham Asylum and Cloak and Dagger. Cloak and Dagger has been in this area forever. I'll be at Flashpoint Comics in Winter Springs. A good friend of mine, Danny Martinez, opened that shop, and he asked me if I would come to local comic shop day, and I said, of course. Also, we have a lot of Coliseum of comics here in Florida, which I've spent time in all of them, and the collective over in Altamont Springs as well. So I try to go to as many of them as I can.
Absolutely. When you, as a creator and as a publisher, look for a local comic shop, what do you look for when you decide, oh, this is my place, or this is a place that I'm going to frequent?
Honestly, it's the people. The people working there, how friendly they are. They're engaging. I won't say where. My parents have a cabin in North Carolina, and when I was up there for, I want to say Christmas or Thanksgiving, we went to a shop that was in kind of a touristy area, and I went in. I was going to see if they have my books, of course. Try to talk up the clerk, see if they ever, what sells for them, and then I kind of mentioned, oh, do you have any of this? Does this sell for you? Because it's work but not work. It's just right? you're kind of curious. And I went in, huge shop, lots of stuff. They had a whole, they probably had 200 rows of long boxes with books in them.
Wow.
And the person at the register wouldn't even look up at me. I was like, oh, well, okay. I was like, I spent, 20 minutes. I kind of looked around. I flipped through some boxes, and I was like, okay, well, all right, see ya.
Yeah, that's never fun.
And I did forget to mention, because he's relatively new, but Ken's Comics opened up near us. He actually used to be out in Sacramento. Now he's here in Florida. So I know he's been around forever. That's a fun story too, because when I went in to do the check out what he's got, and after I mentioned who he was, he's like, oh, stay right there. And he goes and runs and through a couple boxes. He comes back, here, sign these. He put some steak books in my face and said, I've had these for a while. Go ahead and sign them for me, will you? And I was like, absolutely. I'll bring you some more too.
Nice. Yeah, no, it's always interesting to me to hear what local comic shops are like in an area and what people like about them. From the publisher standpoint, though, for AMP, what made AMP decide to go the direction they went in terms of the direct market? When so many people are going, exclusively crowdfunding or crowdfunding first or whatever, AMP seems to have put a big focus on the direct market and local comic shops. Can you talk a little bit about that business decision?
Well, we know the importance of the local comic shop and getting it to a wider audience, getting it into a very comic centric audience. We don't shy away from our crowdfunding because we've all done it. It's a very important part for creators now, because it gives you, one, you get to connect directly with your audience, and it helps raise funds because making comics is not cheap.
Right.
But the local comic shop is just as important, if not more important, to helping grow this industry and keep it where it is. You know, keep it afloat, because otherwise single issues are not selling at grocery stores. They're not selling at, you know, Walmart. They're not on your newsstand anymore like they used to be. And that's what we want. We want people to come in. We want them to not just buy our issues. We want them to buy the back issues you have. We want them to buy trades. That's part of why we see that we all buy from comic shops. We've all gone to comic shops our whole lives. We're all comic nerds in the company. But we're also, we're creatives. And we wanted to emphasize getting into the direct market to make sure that we had that connection with you guys.
I appreciate that. And when you talk to retailers in this day and age, a lot of them have very strong opinions about crowdfunding versus not. And I think one of the things that I appreciate so much about the folks I've talked to already for Local Comic Shop Day and the people I'm going to continue to talk to for Local Comic Shop Day is the recognition that it's important to be two-pronged, right? That you can do both. You can focus on the direct market in a big way, but you can also go direct to the people who maybe don't have a local comic shop. Here at the EXP, we try to be the local comic shop for people who don't have it.
Mm-hmm.
I tell a story all the time. We have a viewer who lives in the Arctic Circle. It's him and Santa Claus, man. They don't have a local comic shop.
And a whole bunch of packages, right?
Right. But we can give him that same experience, and he can go through crowdfunding and that kind of stuff to get books. So having the two-pronged approach is super important. And I appreciate that people are kind of talking about it that way and still making a big effort to the local comic shops.
Yeah. I see it they're very different markets. I know that's the argument a lot from some retailers is, oh, well, if you're putting on crowdfunding, then why would my customer come buy it? Well, the entry point to getting it at your shop is going to usually be $5 or less. When they're doing it on crowdfunding, they're supporting the creator. They're usually paying $10 to $20 for something similar. It may have more back matter. They may get some tchotchkes, but we've always emphasized, and this goes back to my days at Scout, when we did a crowdfunded book as a direct market release, there had to be something different about that release. You don't just slap the same cover on there, change the barcode, change the trade dress or whatever, and put it back out. There has to be some unique, even if it was just brand new covers. Because what I've found from books I've crowdfunded and books that have been crowdfunded and put into the direct market, my fans from crowdfunding, they go buy it in direct market too. It's not subtractive. It's additive. They're completionists. They want all the versions. And what you end up doing is you get new people in the door for you. When I run another crowdfunding campaign, I may have gathered more people from local shops, but they're still going to come back and they're going to put it on their pull, even if it's been released through crowdfunding. I don't think they're mutually exclusive.
Right. And that's an important point too. And I appreciate that. Can you, we're going to be in a lot of local comic shops today. This is going to get aired to a lot of local comic shops. So while retailers are hopefully very busy taking money faster than they can ring things up, if they can subliminally hear you talking to them right now, tell them why they should be carrying AMP, why they should be carrying Stake, and why they should be paying attention to everything you guys are doing.
Well, outside of the obvious, them being good stories, and we take pride in storytelling, phenomenal art, great covers. I mean, I know the old cliche, you don't judge a book by its cover. Well, it's comics. You have to judge a book by its cover. So you have to have good cover art. I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. It's just part of the game. We genuinely care. We want this industry to grow. We've all been in it for, I've only been in the comic industry for 7 years, but since I've been in it, I've been fairly front and center with the direct market, working with Scout and directly with retailers. I've worked as a retailer. I know how hard it is. I owned a shop, and we like to think we're giving you a product that you can sell. That's That's what we want. And if you need help from us, we're here. Any support you need from us as far as helping sell something. We've had stores reach out to us because, as we know, you may not get your order from Diamond and say, hey, we need 3 issues or 3 copies of this issue. We usually have it in the mail the same day. You know, we want to make sure that you guys have all the tools you need to. We provided, you may have seen Never Wars, Stake, some of our other series. We do our promotional videos, but we make them available for the shops too, to hopefully, even if it's just throwing it on the background on your TV, it's something entertaining that you can have up looping there on the screen at the shop.
And you'll be seeing a lot of those videos throughout the day today.
Nice.
Because again, our goal today is to promote the people who are promoting the local comic shops and to promote the local comic shops. So that's super fun. You said something that I didn't know, and I have to ask you about now.
Uh-oh.
You owned a shop.
I did.
Tell me about your shop.
It was called Gotham's Finest Comics. It was here in Ormond Beach, Florida. We had it for a couple years. Basically, it started with 4 guys who just felt like, you know, we all were collectors. We all had a bunch of comics, and we decided we wanted to sell them. We found out how hard and time consuming it is. Well, we all had full-time gigs otherwise, and we had employees, and, you know, eventually some of the guys got it. We split it up, and I ended up with it alone, and I was just working day job and having somebody there. When the pandemic hit, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna have to close up for a while anyway. It's a bit too much for me, because I actually had what was considered an essential job. I didn't stay in place at all. I was still working the whole pandemic too. So I enjoyed it. I loved going in there when I was not working the day job and talking to people, you know, flipping through. It was funny because we probably had 40, 50,000 books in there, and they could call me and say, do we have this book? And I could say, yeah, go to the short boxes, go like 7 in, and it's probably like 15, 20 books in. Because I knew everything we had, just because, you know, that's when you have an inventory like that, you know it. And if you love it, you know exactly what you have.
Very cool. And I always like it when people had shops. Like, had is a, you know, an interesting thing.
To be clear, if I had the time to sit there and run it myself, it would still be open.
Like, I'm had a shop guy, and now I do this, and people love it and they miss it. But a lot of times when they move on, they wind up finding their real purpose in this business. And for you, I think it is writing and publishing, and, you know, what you're doing with AMP is, I think, a really great kind of extension. So, is there anything else we should be looking for? We've got Stake Jessamy. Is there anything else down the pipeline we should be paying attention to?
For AMP?
From you.
Oh, from me? I mean, I've always got stuff coming. We're working on volume 2 of Stake right now. We did crowdfund number 7, and number 8 is being drawn. I will, once we have that volume ready, we'll bring it back to the direct market and maybe re-release the first issues. I always need I will have a roundtable with actual retailers and see what they want. If they want us to do single issues or just do a new version of the original trade, because we did that with Prodigal Son, and we literally got a 50-50. Oh, no. Do new printings versus just go straight to trade. So ultimately we have to decide anyway, and it's true. Every shop is different. So everyone's going to have a different answer. But for me, I had a series called Canceled that we did a one-shot a couple years ago that did very well. I'll be doing more of that. I've got a series called Skin Deep, which stems from a crossover. It was similar to Silver Coin, where six different creators did their own standalone comics, but it had to have the same central theme of hospice, which was not what you normally think. It's people on their deathbed, basically they're being exorcised for demons. My story was about a stripper who was possessed by a demon, and I actually liked the story so well, and it did so well that now I've got 12 to 18 issue series planned for that. I can't really say much yet, but the artist who did the cover for this one, Kiss Kiss, we're working on several projects in the background. So yeah, there will be more coming. It will never stop.
Well, okay. How about from AMP?
So AMP, we have several, actually a lot of new stuff. We have not announced yet for next year, but a couple we have. We're still working out the details of how we're going to release it, but we have the license for Greatest American Hero, which popular TV show from the early 80s, maybe a lot of people's first exposure to superheroes on TV. That should be a lot of fun. I know it's plotted. We're working on getting that together. I don't know if I'm allowed to say the title, but Don is about to shoot a movie for one of his comics that I don't know if you talked to him already, if he said something about it.
He did, and he didn't know if I was allowed to say anything about it either. So,
okay.
I'm waiting to hear back because we may be talking about that later today.
Okay, great. So I'll let him talk about that. But we've got things coming from Kaylin Smith. We've had several contests for converting screenplays into comics that we will be converting into comics that will be coming. So there's a lot of fun and interesting things. We're hashing out our 2026 schedule, and we can't wait to drop it. We'll probably have a lot more information at the ComicsPRO event in February.
Okay, everybody, listen to the sound of my voice. When they announced the Kaylin Smith book, Order Deep, she's a rock star that you don't know about yet. She is an absolute monster of a creator. I love Kaylin. Yep. I had her in my store several times. I've worked with her a lot. We're from the same region, so we see each other at conventions all the time. And
oh, great.
There have been a number of publishers who have missed with that one. So I'm just throwing it out there.
The art is fantastic. So.
Yeah. I've actually got a Kaylin Smith commission that hangs on my wall that every day I can't believe I own. So, she did a Batman 50 for me that looks like an actual wedding portrait.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I'm very excited to hear
You're
that.
actually able to get your art on the wall. I keep buying art and when people do covers for me, they're like, oh, do you want the original? Of course. And now I've just got stacks of art in my office.
Oh, the ratio is not good. But I have that one framed and hanging, and several others from some of my other friends from the con scene in my area, but that one is definitely hanging. Where can people follow you and find out what you're doing and support your work specifically?
Every social media platform. I actually am, the abbreviation for me is DAB282. So DAB282 is the easiest way to find me. Or if you search David A. Byrne, so you don't get the Talking Heads fella. But yeah, I am on pretty much all the social media platforms that way.
And how about AMP? Where can people follow AMP? Where can they find more about AMP and support them?
AMP Comics everywhere is how we're on Instagram, Facebook. You'll probably get the most info on Instagram because we're a visual medium, so we like posting pictures.
And if you head over to theexplive.com and scroll down, there will be a links mentioned tab you can click on, and all of those links will be right there on the website. So you'll be able to get to them right from our website here the rest of the day and going forward. So that'll make things easy. All right, David. Anything else we need to know? Anything else you want to mention? Anything else that we should be thinking about as it relates to Steak, Jessamy, or AMP Comics?
Yeah, support your local comic shop and go buy our books there.
All right, man. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Guys, stay tuned for more local comic shop day goodness. We have more interviews. We have more drop-ins to local comic shops. We've got more creators, more retailers. As the day goes on, you're going to see me get more and more punchy as the caffeine wears off. So be sure to stay tuned for all of that. And we will see you right after these messages from local comic shops.
Hello, welcome to Revenge of Comics and Pinball here in Los Angeles, California. My name is Jeff Iser. I'm one of the co-owners and creative director of this establishment, so come on in, take a look. Welcome to our Nerd Bodega. We like to call it that because it's got a little bit of everything, and right when you walk in the door, you'll see our community board. This has got highlights for our upcoming events, our calendar, as well as other events from around the community. Like I said, we like to call ourselves a nerd bodega. We got a little bit of everything. And right when you walk in the door, you'll see our selection of staff recommendations, new books, as well as DVDs. And check out Shay's section. Our marketing director, Shay, takes the time to write little blurbs about all these art house films. As we make our way into the store, you'll notice that no bodega is complete without beverages. We've got drinks, we've got snacks, and we've got even more staff recommendations. At the front counter, you'll notice our point of sale right next to this tiny little Miss Pac-Man and some chocolates. And not only that, but we've got our local creators and zine section. Check out the new Crap Hound. Or how about the zine that we published with the local creators, Sean Teggerace? Are you hungry? Why don't you stay a while and have a sandwich from Uncle Polly's Deli? We've even got a Revenge of. But enough about sandwiches and beverages. Let's talk about what really matters, like stuffed things like this. And also more books. What about blind boxes? We like to keep things at eye level for our younger customers. Down here, we've got our YA section, kids books, some activity books, and even Billy Porter. Moving on to books, this is our section for brand new graphic novels. It'd be cool if you could do like a rack focus, like, I don't know. We've got new releases for this week, not this week, and who even knows what week it is anymore. Below that, we've got smaller publisher books, omnibuses, and art books. On my right is our main graphic novel section. We divide everything by publisher and then alphabetical. These are our indie publishers, and here are the big two. We also like to front face things that are popular or things that are current. On my left, we continue the bodega theme with our innovative shelving built to look like deli coolers. Moving further along, you'll see our toy section. We've got lots of Super 7s, puzzles, board games, plus we got the seating section right up front. What more can you ask for? No bodega is complete without a spaceship full of pinball machines, and here's ours. Right inside the spaceship, we've got this mystery DVD machine. You put in $5 and you get a random DVD, and you might get a gift card, some tokens, a drink, or something like that. Plus, we got Joust. If all this space travel has got you down, you can take a potty break inside our bathroom. After you exit the spaceship, you enter into the base station. We got more pinball machines, our back issue comics, and of course, much more staff recommendations. Our innovative back issue bins are constructed for browsing on all sides, top and bottom. Did I mention we built all this stuff ourselves? These middle sections house more staff recommendations, novels, and even premium format graphic novels. The back wall of our base station houses our manga section, more kids' books, and even more toys. It was important to us to have lots of places for the community to gather. Right here we host magic tournaments, Lorcana, book clubs, and all kinds of other stuff. This might look like a bar, but it's fully non-alcoholic with NA beers and mocktails. Next to the bar, we have our apparel section with all local artists, board games, and even a vinyl recommendations wall. Behind the bar, we've got our Magic the Gathering selection, and we also have a second point of sale. Need to make a call? We've got this phone booth. Just kidding, it's a Super Nintendo. We're in Los Angeles, and it's always nice, so we got this back patio to do stuff on. We also have this massive parking lot we use for all of our events. Plus, it's got these sick murals from our friend, local artist Tristan Eaton. On your way out the door, make sure you pick up one of our seasonal merch drops, printed here in LA, designed by us. Our philosophy at Revenge of is all about community. Everyone is welcome, and pretty much everyone does show up, except for you guys. You gotta get out, because we're closed today. We'll see you soon, though. Bye-bye!
Revenge of is a wicked cool store. We went there when we were in LA this spring. Really cool shop. I want to thank David Byrne. I want to thank Jeff Johns. I want to thank Ann Nesenti. I want to thank the Miranda brothers who were here earlier. Guys, this day is just getting started. Like, I'm only one energy drink in. We're nowhere near done. So stay tuned. We've got more stuff coming at the top of the hour. But until then, we're going to show you some more clips from some local comic shops, as well as a couple of more like longer form little documentary pieces. So stick around.
In November of 2011, our daughter Rosalie died suddenly. And what do you do in that situation? Well, I wrote and I drew lots. A lot of writing, notebooks, entire binder full of writing. And after a certain amount of time, 5 weeks or so after I felt like I couldn't say anymore and enough had happened, and I had been given the groundwork, the preparatory messages, the preparatory material to heal with. And I just had to go forward and make that manifest. So I closed the binder and started working in the way I know best, which is with ink on Bristol board, with Zipatone or shading film, and an X-Acto knife, with characters and word balloons, and sometimes a grid, and sketches, and ink on paper. And I just spent the next 3 years trying to believe what I believed, or believe what I knew I should believe.
All right, everybody. Local Comic Shop Day continues here on the EXP. I am your host all day, Producer Kyle. And backstage is Jay, Producer Jay, who is my right hand here at the EXP. He is our second chair today. He's helping us out. I want to give him a shout out. I want to give a shout out to Danny, who does our social media, to my buddy JD, who's helping with some other social media stuff today. We are gonna have a great rest of the day. But this next thing is going to be very interesting because we're going to use the magic of television. I don't know. We're going to talk to Marvin Wynn from Comicsburgh. Marvin Wynn is a creator of The Edge, and he is one of the founding members of Comicsburgh, which is a collective of comic book professionals from the Pittsburgh area. Their book, The Edge, is part of the local Comic Shop Day lineup today. So we interviewed him. We were talking to him. But by the time we get back, by the magic of television, I will have transported from here into an open and working local comic shop. So everybody stay tuned for the Marvin Wynn interview in just a second, and then come back because it's just about to get crazy. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. This is Local Comic Shop Day 2025, coming to you live-ish. We're live all around it, but our next guest couldn't be live with us because, well, our next guest is busy being live with people in an actual comic book shop right now. So our next guest is actually at New Dimensions Comics in Pittsburgh right now, signing autographs, meeting people. So if you're in the greater Pittsburgh area, put down the Permane Brothers, turn off the pit game, whatever you're doing, and drive over to New Dimensions and come and see our next guest, Marvin Wynn.
That's going.
So, Marvin, right now you're at New Dimensions Comics, like in real time as we're hearing this. Obviously, we're recording this ahead of time. Yeah. So tell people what you're going to be doing at New Dimensions. What do you have? What are you signing? What are you offering? That kind of thing.
So at New Dimension Comics in the waterfront location, we'll have The Edge issue 1 with the gatefold cover that was kind of sorted out to stores a couple weeks ago, and I did save some to bring the New Dimension, so I'm just different and my camera's going on fuzzy.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. So this has the gatefold cover. Then it has like marketing stuff in it. So it folds out, and it's got the cardstock. So I mean, I think it's indestructible. So I'll have this, and it'll be a special price of $3 for local comic shop day. So there's only a few of these left. So if you're interested in getting that, get down to the waterfront and pick that up. So we'll have the rest of the issues of the Edge up to issue 11. Issue 12 is out in October, but we'll have other Comicsburgh titles as well.
Cool. And some of the other Comicsburgh team will be there with you, hopefully?
Yes.
Very cool. Tell us who that is.
Well, so I think we'll have the team from Herrenberg. So Herrenberg is a live action video series featuring all female superheroes in the city of Pittsburgh and a comic. So you can get copies of the episode of the show that day, or you can get comics from the show. I believe William Glover will be there. He does a book called Trillion. It is about a woman who is in an accident, and a trillionaire, or I guess he has more than $1 trillion, offers to put $1 trillion worth of cybernetics in her to save her life, but then she has to work for him and do nefarious things for him.
We don't love that. But tell everybody who Comicsburgh is if they don't know. Who is Comicsburgh?
Comicsburgh is a collective from here in Pittsburgh. We originally formed to combat the rising cost of conventions. So anyone who's been a vendor at a convention knows the price tag that comes with that. So you're talking travel fees, table fees, lodging fees, and food. So let's say that you're going to go and spend $800 at a convention. It's a lot easier to split that up between 3 or 4 people than it's spending on your own. Once we created the collective, then in 2020, Comicsburgh became a publisher. So Comicsburgh now publishes 6 titles, including The Edge.
So as a group, who makes up the group? I know there's some names people are going to know. There's some people who, especially if they've been to ComicsPRO, they've met some people from Comicsburgh. So give us the names.
Sure. You've got William Glover, Grant Lankard. Grant does Beowulf. You got DP Brown, and then you got Herrenberg.
So as a collective, you guys have started to work together as a team to make your individual reaches bigger.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So, I mean, it's about stretching the brand. And that's the way that instead of it being one person who's trying to come up with multiple titles, you do it as a group, and then you can bring multiple things to the table. So you can have superheroes, you can have sci-fi books, you can have horror books, you can have fantasy books, and it's just not beholden to that one person that brings something to the table.
One of the things that I appreciate about Comicsburgh is the sense of teamwork, right? Like I've interviewed you before, I've interviewed Grant, I've interviewed DP. And even when I've met you guys in person, like at ComicsPRO or at convention, everybody's always pumping everybody else up.
Yeah.
What has that meant to you as a creator?
Competition is always a thing, and we always go into it with the idea of we're competing against each other to see who can get not the most sales, but to get the bragging rights, kind of. But it motivates everybody else. So if someone else gets the first sale, I'm going to get upset. Like, God damn, this guy got the first sale. Now I got to get 20 sales to beat him. And it goes back and forth. Like at every show, someone else, we say who drew first blood, like from Rambo. Like, you drew first blood, you the man for right now until I get all the other sales in it. So it's about how many you beat each other in sales. And then it's like and then you create a pot, and everything goes into the pot, and you're sharing those resources. So it's not like you're only one that won that day.
Right. For The Edge,
mm-hmm.
You've been doing this a while now. How many years have you been doing The Edge?
So again, and I might have told you before, I'm bad at years. And I originally thought we started this like in 2010, but it stretches back to like 2007. when I met the artist Mark. But I would say that we really hit our stride probably like around 2017. Once you get a few issues in and you start to figure out what you have, and as you go through this and you see like improvements in the writing, you see improvements in the art, it just makes everything come together into a cohesive piece, and then you just go from there and just see what's going to happen.
How has the Edge, when I think the first time we talked, you were just kind of self-distributing. You hadn't quite hit distribution yet. Comicsburgh wasn't quite yet a thing. I knew you had some guys that you ran with, but how has getting the Comicsburgh line and the Edge in particular into local comic shops affected and changed the Edge?
I mean, once you have like full distribution into comic shops, it's a different realm. Because before that, you're just kind of working along the lines of online, and your reach is limited. Because like you only can have so many people on your friends list, and the way the algorithms kind of work, and how like even the people on your friends list don't see all your posts. So if I'm expecting the 3,000 people or more that are on the page to see everything, they're not. Which means that there's another 10,000 or so more other people who aren't getting it, and having it in the shop, so around the world, pretty much helps with that. Pick up those extra people that you never would have even known were interested in your title. Like they found it by random. Like, oh, I just walked into the shop, I saw this book, The Edge. I'm like, what's that about? Why is the logo on the side of the book? What's that about? So it's just like talking points, and then once they do find it, and then they sign up for your mailing list, and you're like, oh, who's this person? I don't know who they are. And you start conversating with them. Oh, I was in, say, Peru, because we have books in Peru now. Like I was in Peru and I saw this book and it looked really good, and I wanted to try it out. And when they messaged me, I'm like, it just picks me up a little bit and picks up my energy up whenever anyone contacts me and say how much they enjoyed the book.
Oh, for sure. I don't want to ask this question in a dumb way. That's why I'm pausing. But the thing about the Edge that I've always enjoyed is that it's kind of a unique take on the hero story, right? It's kind of a unique take on you have a unique perspective on the hero story. So I want to talk to you more about local comic shops. It is local comic shop day, but first, for anybody who's sitting at home or who's on their way to the local comic shop or who's standing in their local comic shop right now trying to figure out what to grab, tell people what the Edge is.
Yeah, so the Edge is a drug that gives people those special powers that you see in the X-Men, Avengers, and other books. But we like to say that there's a cost to the powers. So using the powers is either draining your mind or your body. So it's either going to drive you insane or kill you. And we kind of play it like it's something that's not inherently positive to the person, because not only are those things happening, but maybe the powers don't work all the time, or maybe there's a weakness in it you weren't expecting. So as an example, one of our characters, Blaine, he has the power to create barriers around himself, to like deflect bullets or whatever, similar to Invisible Woman. But the way we do it is that there's no oxygen in that bubble with him. So once he starts breathing, he's building up carbon dioxide inside the bubble with him, and eventually he's going to have to drop it because he won't be able to breathe. He's going to suffocate. So we kind of take those powers and add like a slight like Twilight Zone type of thing to it that goes, there's a cost to the power and there's a cost for using the power. And it's a matter of, do these people want to absorb that cost? And the fact that they don't know in most cases that this is happening to them, maybe they're just using these powers haphazardly, and there's going to be consequences for that.
Very cool. Now, you have a Kickstarter running for Blaine right now, right?
Correct.
Tell me about your Kickstarter.
So the Kickstarter by the time we are ready to go now, should be at 31 days to go. So this is for the Blaine action figure. So we're crossing out of the comic realm into the action figure. So it's the 1/18 scale, so a little shorter than 4 inches. So people from the 80s and the 90s, you remember the G.I. Joes from then, not the tall guys from the 60s, the little guys from the 60s. So I like to do have the if some people are watching this, the prototype for this. He wasn't an accident, lost his arm, so I'm sad about that. But we're crowdfunding for that. And there's also a comic associated with it. So there's a one-shot comic featuring Blaine called High Stakes. So in this story, Blaine is headed to Las Vegas to pull out a guy who has information on the edge that he's trying to sell to the highest bidder. So we're playing up the Vegas thing with this guy having this information, where a whole bunch of other people are going to come in and try to take him out or try to get the information he has. And Blaine is there to get in the way and try to extract them before other people can get to him.
Nice. So on the Kickstarter, you're getting the comic and the action figure.
Yes.
Is what you're crowdfunding. Crowdfunding is kind of an interesting situation for a lot of comic shops.
Yeah.
And I think it's becoming more and more prevalent, and I think it's great that people are able to crowdfund and then come to local comic shops with a audience that they've already built, right?
Yes.
How have you kind of bridged that gap, right? You have a book that's in a lot of shops, and you crowdfund as well. How have you, as a creator and a businessman, kind of gone, hey, look, it's thing A feeds things B, so on and so forth?
So we do put retail tiers into all of our Kickstarters through the Comicsburgh brand, because we want to make sure that the retailers are getting something out of this also. Also, we do different covers. So if a retailer purchases our book through distribution or through our website, you'll get a different cover every time. So I always want to make sure that it's something different. You're not going to get the exact same thing. There could be opportunities within when we do the Kickstarters, have exclusive books that have extra pages. So when I did my first Kickstarter, the book that came out of that had more pages than what went into the regular edition. So if they got that, they got 6 extra pages of story of other one-shots and other things that were going on in the edge later on. So this one does have 2 retail tiers. So you've got a retail tier for the figures, and you got a retail tier for just the book itself. Each one will have something unique in it, just to make sure that you're getting something very unique. And the one thing I want to say is that I know there's been a lot of challenges and talk about Kickstarters and comic shop. I say to bridge that gap, bring your customers to the Kickstarter and say, hey, I'll order this. The store says, I'll order it from the Kickstarter because I get free shipping. And instead of you ordering it and you just pick it up from the shop when it comes in.
Right. Like I said, I know there's a lot of different ways to make it work together. As a retailer, I always would work with people whose Kickstarters I was planning to back to say, hey, if you have a retailer tier, let's talk. If you don't, let's talk. Things like that. Because again, I feel like you're bringing an audience with you to the shops. Yeah. And as an indie, that's super important.
Right. I mean, we don't want to cut anybody off, or we don't want anyone to feel like that we're offering something that they already have or they can get in other places. This is why I say that something unique is always going to be part of that Kickstarter. Like, we've done multiple covers for the edge, probably more than we really need to do. So it allows me to swap out things and shift things around anytime I want, because I've got different covers that I can use. But we want to work with everybody. I don't want to cut anyone off. And as I said before, is that retailers are our partners, and they help us reach audiences that we couldn't reach on our own.
Right. Like, I will say, just from my own experience, I think we met during the pandemic doing events like this.
Yep.
And I think since then, just from local comic shops that I know stock the edge, I've picked up 3 or 4 different covers, because it's like, oh, I like that one. Oh, and that's my buddy Marvin. And oh, I like that one. It's like, so I think building an audience like that is super important. As you're going forward with the Edge, as you're going forward with Comicsburgh, obviously you're working on the action figure, but what is the goal? What is the grand scheme? What dream of dreams, right? What is where would you like to see this in a year for next local comic shop day?
Right. So, I mean, but that's always the challenge of it, is that was my dream to make a comic. Yes. Now I think we've gone from dream to fantasies. So what is the next thing? So for next local comic shop day, I want to have some more action figures ready to go, and we are working on a Comicsburgh sampler to make available for local comic shop day next year. That'll give you like a piece of everything that we were offering, and next one should be available for free to all shops who want to get it.
Super cool.
We just want to keep growing and showing everyone that, I mean, what we can do from our own houses and basements and attics, and just keep the ball rolling and showing you that there's other things out there, and to just give us a chance, because I mean we'll show you something amazing. We've got, like I said before, we've got all kind of titles with Comicsburgh, and with the Edge, we've gone from like what would you consider like a traditional superhero book, and have shifted over into the sci-fi realm. Like we're more in the sci-fi now than we are into the superhero stuff now, because things are exploding. Starting with issue 11, everything just starts to change all the time.
So, and that's an interesting thing that you just mentioned. You're doing this stuff out of your houses, basements, garages. There's something to be said for comic book companies doing it that way, and growth and that kind of thing. You think about the underground movement. You think about a lot of people who would go on to become big names started doing it in their garage or doing it out of their basement. It was mentioned in an interview that we saw earlier by some of the folks behind Local Comic Shop Day that you and your team don't have the big distribution that some of the other companies have that are doing the Local Comic Shop Day. You don't have the massive infrastructure of warehousing and, robots and whatever else everybody else has. You guys are out here doing it on your own.
Yeah.
You're putting in the blood, sweat, and tape cuts. So tell everybody what that's been like to get involved with something like Local Comic Shop Day as a small collective of creators, and then to have to do fulfillment and shipping and all of that kind of stuff. Tell us about how that's going.
That's the hard part, isn't it? Is that it's kind of like you've got a closet and you've got like 6 hats in the closet, and each hat is a different role. So you go and you say, okay, today I'm writer Marvin. Tomorrow I'm editor Marvin. The next day I'm publisher Marvin. The day after that I'm fulfillment Marvin, and then I'm shipping Marvin. And then I'm promoter Marvin, because then I do shows like this. I do the YouTube channel stuff. So and it's kind of funny that the tree shakes like that, because we were at Heroes Con and someone came up to the table and we were talking and we were interacting, and he says, "Man, you must be really good at public speaking, because you had me engrossed the moment you started talking to me." And I was like, I've never been good at public speaking. Like when I was in high school, you go up there and you feel that nervousness as everyone's watching you. And while after that, the second time I did it, I was fine, because eventually you say, I know what I'm talking about. If you know what you're talking about, you can just stand there and talk about it and don't have to worry about people watching you. So I would say that's the challenge in the thing, is wearing all the hats and then knowing when to switch them off, because eventually I have to get back to writing. Eventually I have to get back to editing. And then I have to push aside fulfillment. I have to push aside shipping. And then I have to push aside the YouTube or streaming shows. And then I have to say, okay, now I have to go back to that again. So that's where the hats, got to put the hats on. And as you're saying, is that some bigger studios probably have one person to do each one of those things on their own. So that's
and I would imagine that that's some of the advantage to having somebody like Grant or somebody like DP or somebody else from the team around, right? It's like, hey man, I've got to go do this YouTube show. Can you tape these boxes up?
Yeah.
Or hey, I don't have time to edit this. Can you take a look at it?
Mhm.
How have the other Comicsburgh guys helped you with your creative journey,
Right.
and how have you helped them with the management and all of that kind of stuff of theirs?
Right. So, I mean, it's really good to get another set of eyes on something, because you're always going to miss something. So once, and in most of the cases, once it passes me and Mark, we have a chat, and I'll just throw some things in the chat and say, hey, what do you guys think about this? Or what do you think about that? And you'll get the thumbs up, you'll get the thumbs down. And we do that a lot, where we're showing each other things that we've got in progress, just to make sure that it not only does it look okay, but it makes sense. Because you don't want anything to slip through the cracks, because they do slip through the cracks, like grammar issues or misspelled words. And it's good to have someone else, because once I spent the last 5 hours staring at a page trying to find if something's wrong, and I still miss it, and it's good to get that, oh yeah, you missed this, or why, like, something's wrong with this scene, there's something missing, like you introduced this knife, where'd the knife come from? So sometimes you go back and have to fix a few things, but then, like, doing a lot of the logistics stuff, I enjoy it somewhat. Of putting things into the store on the website, setting the prices, setting up the shipping and everything, like setting up that fun thing that people like called tax. Sure, we're collecting taxes properly and doing the taxes at the end of the year and everything like that. Well, yeah, so I mean, it's a group effort, and I don't think that we would probably be where we're at without the whole group as a whole pitching in and helping where they can.
But there's got to be something rewarding too about getting to the end of that and looking at the back of your car and being like, I made all of this, and then this is all mine. That's going to all these people who want it. Right.
And I was talking to a few people earlier today, and I was telling them that we're coming up on the 12th single issue, and this will be the 14th issue overall, including the trades and everything. And I still get excited when I get the box and I open the box and I see my name on the front of a book, and I'm like, yeah, I did that. And
the smell doesn't hurt either, does it?
Yes, right. and then when you're sitting here and you get the email and it goes, hey, you got an order, and I'm like, yeah. And then the great feeling when I was packing up the stuff for local comic shop that it sent to the stores, and I don't throw things in the car because the post office is right down the street. So I put it in my cart, put it in my little cart, and I wheel the cart down the street, and I'm pulling it, and it's really heavy, and I'm like, man, this thing is heavy. I don't know if I feel like dragging this thing all the way down the street. And then I get to the post office and I put it up on the desk, and I see the person over there look at it and like, oh, and they're probably like, when I walk out, they're probably like, this dude, man, would he just stay out of here with these packages every couple of days? But the best feeling is wheeling the cart back home when it's light and there's nothing in it. You're like, man, I just dropped off like 60 packages at the post office, and they're probably pissed right now.
Yeah, I always say if my mailman doesn't hate me, I'm doing something wrong.
I mean, it's good though, because I where I lived at before, I like warned the mailman that I would be doing all this, and I was like, okay, so if I do the pickup, how many are you okay with taking? He said, yeah, I can do like 40. I'm like, good deal. Well, that's what we'll do. So I had a bunch of orders, and I did like 40 pickups for a day for 4 days.
Yeah, that guy hated you, but you didn't go over the number.
Yeah.
Just as something that I often think about, how has Pittsburgh as a place influenced your comics?
So like when we were doing the Comicsburgh thing, we were thinking about it, and I messaged my guy, Ed, and I was like, Ed, I need a logo. It's Comicsburgh. It's got to have the bridges on it. And he came back with the logo with the gold Comicsburgh, looking like a bridge, the logo itself, and then the bridges in the background. I'm like, that's Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is the city of bridges. Like, I think like we're either second or third in the world with Bridges, and it's iconic, and it has to be any kind of logo that you're trying to push across that it's Pittsburgh. Even though we got the Berg and it has the H because it's the only Pittsburgh with the H in the, like there's a Pittsburgh in every state, but we're the only one that has an H. And once they see the Berg part, they're like, "Are you guys from Pittsburgh?" And then I show them the yellow and the black, and they're like, "Yeah, you're from Pittsburgh." So you got the color yellow and the black, so that's Steelers and Pirates and Penguins. And then you got this. That's just like those are the colors of the city, or black and gold.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it's an extremely influence on all our books except for DP. DP's book takes place in Cleveland, and we'll forgive him for that. But Herrenberg takes place completely in Pittsburgh. Trillion takes place in outskirts, and we're coming up on an issue of The Edge where we're coming back to Pittsburgh because Blaine is from Pittsburgh. And one of the villains in the book has an office in Pittsburgh. So, I mean, everything is going to come back, eventually comes back to just being Pittsburgh.
Has your life in Pittsburgh, do you think that has influenced your writing, influenced the way you tell a story? Because as a Detroit, Toledo, Cleveland, Columbus guy, like from, that part of Ohio and Michigan, like, when I tell a story like somebody from Detroit or somebody, it's a very different kind of conversation than when I come to Pittsburgh and I start talking to somebody, they tell a story a different way. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So, I mean, when you're talking about Pittsburgh, and it becomes down to both the sports and the art scene. And the one thing that you try to do is you try to kind of connect those things together. And the story of Pittsburgh is always it's the blue collar, right? It's the steel mills and it's blue collar and it's in the dirt, and that's a lot of the way that the stories are told. You want to tell a gritty story because Pittsburgh is gritty. Like if you're thinking like what's the black and white book with the character Marv, and it just blew out of my mouth.
Sin City.
Sin City. So you're trying to say, okay, Pittsburgh is that kind of gritty, where it's not like you got crime on every corner per se, but you want to try to capture both those things. You want to capture the art because you got the museums. You want to capture the sports because you got, again, the Steelers, the Penguins, and the Pirates. And you want to try to combine those two things together and then tell a story from that perspective.
So it is local comic shop day, and like I said, I wanted to make sure everybody fully understood, what the Edge was and what you guys were doing, and the Blaine Kickstarter, which we'll share the link in the chat. But tell us your comic book origin story. How did you come to be a comic book creator? How did you come to be a fan of comic books?
So I kind of put everything down on the grandparents, because my granddad was a poet, and he put every book in the world in front of me when I was really young. So, and anytime that I felt like I was stuck or I didn't know something, then I got the dictionary, and I had to learn a lot because he wanted me to succeed as much as he could. And with grandma, she put the first comic book in my hands, G.I. Joe #1. And I liked G.I. Joe back then. And from reading the comic, then you kind of lead into Spider-Man, because then it was around the time of Spider-Man and Amazing Friends. You get to that, and then you see, oh, look at who are these other guys? Who's this Wolverine guy, or this Captain America? So now Avengers and X-Men. And then the Chris Claremont, Jim Lee era happened. And that's when I kind of fell in love with those characters in the 90s. And then you followed Jim Lee to Image. And before that, all I knew was Marvel DC. And I'm like, oh, there's other publishers of books? Check out these guys. They're going out and they're doing their own thing. I'm like, man, I want some of that. So it was from that point where I'm like, okay, so these guys are going out on their own, taking a chance on this brand new company, even though they had names. But I mean, there's no guarantee that those things are going to work. You go out, strike on your own, like breaking up a boy band, right? and not everybody who goes single is going to succeed. Like there for every Bobby Brown, there's was Ralph Trevant who doesn't make it. Right?
That was a deep cut, my friend. That was a deep cut, and I appreciate it.
So, and you look at that and you say that, I mean, what's stopping me from getting all these things out of my head on the paper? And as a new creator, the first thing I will tell anybody who's trying this, you're going to fail at first. You're going to do something that's utterly terrible. And I will say that the first version of The Edge was bad. It was so bad. I still got the notebooks, and one day I'm going to share those. I'm going to make copies of them and share the original story and see how bad it was back then. But you persevere and you keep trying and you better yourself. You find ways of reading different kind of books that can influence your story in a way that makes you be able to tell a story properly. You don't want to be out there and showing someone something if you think it's bad. If I think it's bad, then man, what is everyone else going to say about it once they look at it? So once I got somewhat good at it, nobody's perfect. It's not perfect. That's where the story began. And then when I met the artist Mark, that was either 2007 or 2008. I have to look back at emails. I think it was 2007. And that's the jumping point. And we've been working together since then. So almost 20 years now.
Yeah. I haven't. I'll probably edit this part out, or maybe I'll leave it in. We'll decide. But you're going to call it Over the Edge, the annotated Edge, just like the annotated Watchmen. You know, it's a big, oversized book like this, right? And it's got Alan Moore's notes on the sides, and here's the page that actually came out. I'm just saying, you can have the title. I don't want credit. You just take it. So, one of the things on the Comicsburgh website that I love, and since we're talking about local comic shops, is you have a list of the shops that carry the books. How have local comic shops been important to not only yourself but to Comicsburgh?
I think that in going backwards in time is that's the goal, right? You make a comic, you sell it, you get it into comic shops, and that's where everyone wants to go. They want, because that's recognition, right? That you're sitting on a shelf next to X-Men, or you're sitting on a shelf next to Avengers, and you can walk into that shop and say, man, that's really good. And then if the shops love you that much, then eventually you get your own section of the shop. I like it at New Dimension in the Waterfront. We have our own section in the store.
That's so cool.
Where our books are at. And I've seen other shops where they've done that. They put our books separated from, because they love us so much. And that's what we really appreciate, is that we're putting something out there that not only do the customers love, but the shop owners love it. So they're going to recommend our stuff to people coming in and say, hey, we got these new books in, these guys from Comicsburgh will think you like it. And then we get messages about that. Like, yeah, my shop owner told me about your book. I never even heard of it before, but I thought it was great.
How about you? What does your local comic shop experience look like?
So, I mean, I've been going into comic shops since I was 16 or 15 or 16, because I didn't know that comic shops existed. Back then, you could go to any store and buy a comic. So your grocery stores, your 7-Elevens, comics were there. And finding out that there was a whole store with these things in it was like, it's walking to Toys R Us for the first time, right? And there's just everything, like everything you could ever imagine is in this one place, and you can look at it and enjoy it. And then you become friends with people who work in the store. And this is before I started even doing comics, like talking with them about the next event's coming, and getting a pool box and walking in and just getting like everything out of your box and going, yep, this is what I'm taking home with me today. It's just been a thing. And to me, like a comic shop to me is like Cheers. and you walk in and everyone knows who you are. Hey Norm, how's it going? And that's always been the fun part of the comic shop. It's like it's like a second home, right? And that's how I see it. I mean, I don't know if how other shops are, but every shop that I've ever walked into in the city has been that kind of place where I felt at home.
Yeah, I mean, that's the theme of this year's local comic shop day, is comic shops as the third place. So, you know, everybody has their home, everybody has their work. You know, some folks have church, some folks have the corner bar, but for a lot of folks, especially of our type, it's the comic shop. It's the place you go where you feel safe. It's the place you go where you feel like you're around people like yourself.
Right.
What is your let's shout out your current local comic shop. Who is your local comic shop now? Is it New Dimension?
New Dimension in the Waterfront is I won't say that it's the home base of Comicsburgh, but it seems like it is sometimes. But I mean, Pittsburgh has a bunch of comic shops. That just is where we just gravitate to.
Yeah, I was very impressed when we came there for ComicsPRO. Visiting all of the shops in and around Pittsburgh, even going out to the burbs and seeing shops that were excellent. What about your local comic shop, other than the fact that you have your own section, which I'll be honest would be a big pull for me too. But what about your local comic shop makes it the place that you choose for your local comic shop? You have a lot of choices.
Yeah.
Why did you choose that one?
Because I mean, it was kind of like a following of that, because not only are they the local comic shop, they also run the local Comic Con too. So Three Rivers Comic Con is run by the guys who run New Dimension. And as we were going to the show and we got familiar with their general manager, John Engel, and like he's a warm, friendly guy, and you want to be where the warm, friendly people are at. And it, like I said, is that it's like gravity, and we just continuously get pulled to that one store, even though they've got I think they got 5 other shops in and around the city. So they actually have another store in Ohio, and then other ones around in the suburbs of the city and inside the city. So I mean, I think it's kind of hard to explain why we're gravitated, but I think it's just the people at that shop, especially John, because when we went to Heroes, and John was with us when we went to Heroes Con this year. So I mean, he's become like a sad person in Comicsburgh at this point.
If you could tell the fans of Comicsburgh, fans of The Edge, one thing to look for in a local comic shop. Again, we talk about, bringing your crowd with you from crowdfunding to the local comic shop. But when people go into a local comic shop, if you could give them one thing to look out for, going, hey, this is what I look for and why I choose what I choose, what would that be?
Friendliness. Like I said, is that I feel like it's, like you said, it's the third space. It's the local bar. How are they responding to you when you walk into that door? You should be greeting everyone, no matter who they are. Hey, how's it going? The new books are over here. The dollar books are here. Let me know if you need anything. I've been in some shops where you walk in and a person doesn't even acknowledge that you're there. They're have their head down at their counter and not paying attention. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for friendliness. I want to know that you acknowledge that I'm here, and you think that my being here is important to you.
Very cool. I like that. We're running short on time, and I have a couple of things I want to get to here with you. But this video is going to be seen in a lot of local comic shops, and I know they're busy right now, but if you're a retailer and you can hear me subliminally in the back of your head, just slightly, listen to my buddy Marvin. Marvin, give the retailers the quick pitch on The Edge. The thing that's going to hook them into ordering more books.
So, I mean, as I was explaining before, The Edge is a drug that can give you those special powers, but we try to do it with consequences to the powers. So we want to try to put not just a real world piece into that, but more grounding it into somewhat of a reality that a lot of people can be familiar with, like the problem with drugs in our country, the problem with anger in a lot of people, and the problem with how we're going to overcome those things, because we can only do it as a community.
Very cool. Where can people follow Marvin Wynn and support Marvin Wynn, the writer, Marvin Wynn, the creator, and find out more about the work you're doing specifically, and then support you?
Sure. So if you go to theedgecomic.com, all of the socials are there. And if you go to comicsburgh.com, the same thing. So, you know, follow us, like us on all the channels. And as I said before, is that I'm always looking for people to communicate with me on what they're liking and not liking, because, you know, I take a lot of things to heart when you say that, oh, I didn't like this or I didn't like that. I might not fix it or change it, but I will be willing to listen to what you have to say and talk to you about it. So, and if anyone out there who is looking to be a creator, I mean, feel free to hit me up. When I was coming up, I didn't have all the information on what needed to be done. So we kind of like we're swinging in the dark trying to figure things out. And I don't want people to have those kind of challenges. So feel free to reach out and ask questions.
Absolutely. Well, and you answered kind of the second question I was going to ask, is where can people follow Comicsburgh and support Comicsburgh and all the things Comicsburgh is doing?
Yep. So again, comicsburgh.com, you'll find all the books there. And as retailers, if you are having a challenge getting the books, we do have a retail channel on the site. There's a retail tab. If you go to that tab, there is a form to fill out. You fill out that form, you'll get a code for free shipping. And then there's a retail tab in the store. All the books are already discounted and grouped together.
Fantastic. I think that's something that I think is really helpful. And I you know, again, I appreciate that about what you guys do is, hey, we come to the website, you click the thing. Oh, that's everything I need. I don't have to go to school on what do I order when and how many. And, you know, this is what I need to be able to sell my customers this product.
Mm-hmm.
As we mentioned at the top of the show, we're pre-recording this, but you're live right now at New Dimensions on the waterfront there in Pittsburgh. You mentioned what you have. Give everybody the details again one more time. If you're in the greater Pittsburgh area, find a bridge, find a bus, go up one of those incline things, get to the waterfront to find Marvin, because this is what's happening.
Yeah. So we have The Edge, we'll have Herrenberg, we'll have Trillion, maybe some other titles. But for the local comic shop day, that day only, The Edge issue 1 with the gatefold cover that I put down, and let me grab it again. With the gatefold cover, only available that day. These normally retail for $6. It will be available at New Dimension on the waterfront for $3 that day.
Fantastic. What hours are you there, just in case, again, somebody's watching this and they want to, I can get there?
So I think everything starts at noon, so I'll be there before noon. So I should be there noon to 6.
Sounds good. Noon to 6, New Dimensions on the waterfront. Guys, if I know the New Dimensions guys, they got something great happening at every location, all of their many locations. So if you're in the Pittsburgh area, make sure you check out them and make sure you go visit Marvin. Marvin, is there anything else you'd like to say to comic fans, retailers, folks that are watching this stream right now about local comic shops, about The Edge, about Comicsburgh, any of that?
So, I mean, the local comic shop day is something that we really need to push and support. This is going to be a very, very interesting last half of the year with all the other things that are going on in the comic realm. But get out to local comic shop day, support your local comic shops, buy some stuff. I mean, it doesn't have to be my stuff, even though you'll see it at some of the other shops. You don't have to be buy my stuff. I would like if you do. And if you do, all the socials are inside the book, so reach out if you have any questions or comments or anything you want to talk about when it comes to comics.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Marvin.
Thank you.
All right, guys, stay tuned. We have some videos from Comicsburgh, from Marvin, from the whole gang to tell you about more of their books, more of their stuff. So stay tuned. You'll see those throughout the day. Thanks again to Marvin Wynn. We will be right back in just a minute with more Local Comic Shop Day live.
Hey everybody, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on what part of the country you're watching this from. Want to take just a second, because Kyle's not here, to say a huge shout out to Kyle. This was his baby. this monstrosity of a stream he put together. So, Kyle, hard work pays off, man. This is going to be an awesome day. I've been so excited for this. Also want to thank all the creators, everybody who took the time out of their day to to do all these interviews with Kyle. It means a lot. So I'm done wasting time. I am going to play one of the hundreds of clips that we have, and if I end up playing the wrong one, I'll do what I always do and just blame Kyle. Enjoy.
5-mile drive. Since the middle of October, I've been involved in trying to promote the city of Stockton to hundreds of thousands of comic book fans around the country. And the way I've undertaken this is to start off on a real grassroots level by asking for the support of the City Council to adopt a resolution endorsing a petition that I've been putting to the people since the middle of October, asking that Stockton be recognized as the official birthplace of Marvel Comics' Fantastic Four series. May seem like a silly thing to some of the people in the room. However, this is something that will present a good promotional opportunity for the city to literally millions of people around the country. Since 1961, the Fantastic Four comic book has sold over 70 million copies and continues to sell at better than 350,000 copies a month. The purpose for doing this is that 25 years ago, actually 1986 is the 25th anniversary of Marvel Comics, Fantastic Four being the first Marvel comic. And in that first issue, it was stated that the hometown of these heroes was a place called Central City, California. All that I am asking in this drive is to have Stockton officially recognized as Central City, California, or the birthplace of the Fantastic Four. Something that will be able to put Stockton on the map in a fun way to millions of comic fans all around the world. And I'm asking for the council support.
I have a question here from Councilmember Cole.
Mr. Fields, is this endeavor, is this unique to any city, or have other cities tagged on to recognition through the comics, if you will?
Well, as far as I can tell, this is a first from the Marvel Comics perspective, only because most of the other cities that are in the comics are real cities per se. There's New York, there's San Francisco, etc. The stories that they have taking place are in real cities. One of the notable exceptions is Central City, California, and what we'd like them to do is recognize Stockton as Central City and therefore get it changed in the comics.
Is there an age level or a... I just wonder who the audience is.
Okay, that's a good question. The audience is very far-reaching, really. We have over 350 names on the petition. The bulk of those names are in the 18 to 25-year-old category. It reaches anywhere from 6 years old to 60 years old. So there are a lot of people in Stockton who are interested in it. The basic age level for comic books is college age. However, it's very strong from 8 years old and up.
Basic age level is college age for comic books.
Mm-hmm.
That really says something, doesn't it?
Well, there are a few that I'd probably be able to lend to you that would turn around the misconception that they are nothing but juvenile entertainment. But that may be a discussion for some other time.
Will this bring us a convention of comic book lovers?
I'm hoping it will bring, if not a convention, at least some positive recognition from all around the country.
Comments from the council?
I just think, excuse me, go ahead. I won't through it.
Well, I think it's a marvelous idea. I mean, I think anything that gives Stockton some positive recognition and some fun recognition it doesn't cost us any money, right?
It won't cost any money either.
And what would you want? You would want a letter from the council?
Either a letter from the
endorsing that?
council, a proclamation, however those things are taken care of.
Have a resolution prepared in case you like.
You have one prepared? Good. Thank you. Councilmember Clayton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, Joe, I think you're to be commended, really and truly. There's an awful lot of people out there who have thoughts like this in their mind, but they don't have enough fortitude to forge forward with it. And I certainly can support it. In fact, I would so move that we issue a proclamation to this effect, Madam Mayor, and let Joe present it to whoever it would have to go to, and let's become recognized as Central City, California.
Thanks, Mr. Clayton.
Would you like to hear the resolution?
I'd second that.
Be it resolved that the City Council does endorse the efforts of Joe Field and others to have Marvel Comics of New York designate Stockton as the official birthplace of the Fantastic Four. Presented for adoption.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Councilmember Lehrman.
I don't object at all. I'm just worried about who will now have his name attached to the characters. The Thing, the Invisible Girl, the Human Torch, and Mr. Fantastic.
That's right.
Are we going to put
Can we
those
make
up for
suggestions, nominations?
Describes some council members pretty good, doesn't it?
It would probably be a good idea to have a couple of superheroes on city council to fight city problems.
After the last couple of weeks, I'd like to volunteer to be the Invisible Woman. Councilmember Oliva.
Yes, I will support it. I find it very intriguing. I think it's going to be something good for Stockton. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oliva.
Council members, cast your vote. Thank you for bringing this to us. Let us know, please.
Will do.
16.2, Mrs. Hong.
We have a letter from Frank Eichenberger requesting amendment of resolution.
Hey, everybody. Hope you enjoyed that. While we're waiting for Kyle to set up, just want to say once again, thank you all for being here for Local Comic Shop Day 2025. No?
What do you mean while you're waiting for me to set up?
Well, you're kind of dark. I didn't know if you were done.
The sun is the sun, man. There's not a lot I can do about it.
Gotcha.
Oh, man. That was the magic of television. Driving as fast as I could to get here. You know. Oh. So, you guys, Jay, am I cutting in and out, or is that just my headphones?
Just a little bit.
Okay, better now?
Yeah.
Cool. So, guys, I am in an actual live working local comic shop right now. So let's do this here. Make me big like this, and go like this. So this is Dreamers and Make Believers in Baltimore, Maryland. There's their coffee shop. So that's cool, right? Like local, they got a coffee shop in your local comic shop. And then we come over here, and there's the new book wall. And there's Sam and Miranda. And then there is the really comfy sitting and reading area. So, oh no, Tommy. Richmond is getting big thunderstorms all day, so his citywide event may not go off as planned. Oh no. Well, you know, as indoor cats here in the comic book business, we will hope that that is not a thing. And then I want to show you guys the back part of their store, which is here. You got graphic novels and all kinds of stuff back there. So this is Dreamers and Make Believers. This is where I will be the rest of the day. Well, until 8. So that is the plan. Here in about 10 minutes from now, though, we will be joined by Torma. One of our favorite people in comics, Michael Torma, will be joining us live from Third Eye Comics in Annapolis, Maryland, to go over or to show you what's going on there. So I'm going to see if I can't figure out a way to kill the sun. If anybody knows Superman and can get him to fly into it or something, that would be super helpful for me. But in the meantime, Jay, let's show some more of those great trailers that we've gotten from some of our friends.
The Rockefellers is a family from the 25th century.
Hiding in the present to escape an unrelenting bounty hunter, tracking them throughout different eras of time.
It's a story about a family coming together
under the most extraordinary circumstances.
If you've enjoyed our past work,
this sci-fi action family adventure
is now going to be available to pre-order from your local comic shop.
And will be on the stands November 20th. We can't wait for you to meet the family.
Pulls out these eyes.
And they're like, oh.
From Absurd Ventures and Dark Horse Comics comes the first appearance of a new crime fiction saga, an original comic book series from the mind of Dan Houser, the writer and creative director of Grand Theft Auto. A tale of two totally normal, completely damaged families. In a world of corrupt business, inept politics, bungling crime, self-righteous justice, and problematic leisure wear. American Caper.
With trade paperbacks and graphic novels, they're a one-stop pop culture bookstore. And with comics for literally every age, anyone can find exactly what they're looking for. Captain Blue Hen stocks all your favorites with new comics, collectibles, and so much more. You'll always find what you're looking for. Captain Blue Hen on the web and in Newark at 280 East Main Street in the Market East Plaza. Captain Blue Hen, we are
Welcome back, everybody. We are live at Dreamers and Make Believers here in Baltimore, Maryland. I'm going to go order a coffee in a second because I'm going to need it to be able to keep up with our next guest, who is patiently waiting in his car for his time to go on the air. 3 minutes, dude. 3 minutes. Be ready. 3 minutes. But I wanted to talk to you guys about some of our sponsors, some of the people who have helped make this possible. One, Dreamers and Make Believers here in Baltimore, Maryland, for giving me a place to not be in my house. Super important to me. But secondly, I want to thank AMP Comics for everything they're doing. Oni Press, Simon & Schuster, HarperCollins. So many great companies have thrown in today to help make Local Comic Shop Day happen. But one of the other things that is part of this is that, you know, it's not cheap to do something like this. It's a lot of hours, a lot of time, a lot of energy. So if you feel so compelled to throw a super chat in over on YouTube or throw some stars in on Facebook, all of the money raised from all of that stuff today will go to help offset our cost, but also will be split 50-50 with ComicsPRO. And they're going to put that money towards scholarships for local comic shops to join us in LA at the annual meeting that is coming up in February. So that's cool. All that money is going to go to a good cause, going right back into your local comic shops. And again, paying off my coffee tab here. So, you know, that's always super important. The other thing I wanted to mention, you can text Local Comic Shop Day right now. You can text the EXP 419-855-2530. If you're heading out to your local comic shop and there's something you want us to know, something you want us to shout out, somebody we should be shouting out, go ahead and shoot us a text. And we will mention them on the air. Old school, radio dedication style. Is anybody watching this old enough to remember the days of radio dedication? Or am I just that kind of nerd? Who knows? All right, guys, we are going to reset here just a second. I'm going to play a little thing, and then I am going to join our friend Michael Torma, Oni Press's Torma, the beard, the bald, the loud shirts, my idol. Here we go. Welcome back in, everybody. I am live at Dreamers and Make Believers in Baltimore, Maryland. And like 40 minutes down the road through gnarled traffic and highways that make no sense to anyone unless you're from here is our friend Michael Torma at Third Eye. He's at Third Eye Comics right now in Annapolis, Maryland.
Hey,
what's up, buddy?
How's it going? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine, just loud and clear. How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone feeling?
We're feeling
That's
tired.
great.
It's been a long morning on you, buddy.
How long have you been up today?
I was up at 4:30, so a little over 6 hours already. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you again for having me on here. For those of you that do not know who I am, my name is Michael Torma, Senior Sales Manager from Oni Press, and I am here for Local Comic Book Shop Day at the comic book shop that gave birth to me, Third Eye Comics, right over here. And as you can see, they have not just the comic book location, But they also have the game shop and the music and video store as well. But I'm going to start over at the comic book shop right over here, just so you guys can experience what it is to walk through this guy.
Hey, Torma.
Yeah.
Turn your phone sideways.
Yeah. Is that better?
Yeah.
There you go. All right. Sweet. And as you can see, things are still rocking and rolling here at Third Eye. If no one's ever been... Hey! What's up? Tyler, how's it going, dude? Yeah.
Local comic shop, man. Just like Cheers. You walk in, they yell Torma. Like
everybody knows me, yeah. So Third Eye is running the sale this week, today, local comic shop day, 20% off. Back issue bin, key issues. How you doing, man? What's up, Torma? Not much. We got the new issue rack from this week right here. Where are all the
Those really cool keys?
Yeah.
Where I was hanging out.
Heck yeah. Where do we have the local comic book shop day stuff? Nice.
The keys are going to be all up top on either side.
Okay.
Surfer, all that good stuff.
Oh, dang.
They're nice. They're crisp.
Do you still have First Abomination? Okay.
They might not have First Abomination, but there's definitely a First Fantastic 448 up there. Oh no, Torma went black. What happened?
Do you have any of the comics or anything, or just the
Torma got a phone call or something.
Oh, yeah. Jacob Phil.
This is live television, everybody.
This is live. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
I can hear you. I cannot see you. Black screen. Did you put your thumb over the camera?
Off. How about now? Yeah? No?
Now we can see you.
Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you now.
Can you hear me? Anybody? All right.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I'm going to keep going. So, yeah, here at Third Eye, I'm in front of the local comic book shop day. Offerings, the goodies, these are available at all the shops around the country celebrating local comic book shop today. We got the DCKO. We have the Last Starship, the Spider-Man. We got the Ultimate Hawkeye. Ooh, Everything Dead and Dying. That's going to be a good one. Blondie. I know that's one that I was looking for my Madre. What do you see here? What is that? Look at that. EC Catacomb of Torment foil cover. Heck yeah. And we just opened up here at Third Eye, so it looks like there's still a couple available. But this thing is sick. I'm actually going to snag one of those too. Why not?
Buy your own copy? Is that what's happening?
But yeah, and as Tyler was saying, this was like what I was looking forward to today. All good. You guys can see that. We got these sick collection of keys that just came in. You got some First Black Panther, First Galactus. I thought I saw a First Abomination somewhere. But you know what? It's not about me today. It's about local comic book shop day. And so this was the shop that I remember it started when it was no bigger than probably this wall from like right for 2 shelves of graphic novels. And for over 15 years, it was digging through long boxes, lifting them, broke my record of 4 long boxes there. Hi, how's it going? Here we got the back issue bins. Hey, Chuck, how you been, man? How you doing? Kyle, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now? All right.
How you been, Tyler? I'm good, dude. Can't complain. Dude, right? You're in Third Eye on local comic book shop day,
Exactly.
Life is good.
Second best day of the week.
Yeah.
That's Wednesday.
You can hear, but you can't see me, is what I'm hearing. Now, why is that?
Hear me now. Torma, keep going.
All right. If you can't see me, then you'll just have to hear me, and then hopefully some of it comes through. Here's the front issue rack. We got the cute corner right up here with all of the stuffed animals, all the little plushies, all the little squishmallows, squishmallows. Ooh. All right, we got the shiny giant size treasury edition Batman right here. We have all the displays with all the goodness you could ever want. Some of these spotlights right here on some Batman stuff. If you've never been to a Third Eye, do yourself a favor and definitely travel out. We have the manga going down the center right here, A through Z, on all these shelves, double-sided. All ages section right up here. A lot of Oni favorites up here. Let's see. You got your Dogmans, you got your Reign of Telgemeyers, your Sonic the Hedgehogs, just a little bit of everything. And my favorite spot is always the graphic novel wall on the shelf here. You guys can't even see any of it right now. Rogue Trooper stuff. Heck yeah. But yeah, so if you ever get the chance to make it out to Third Eye Comics in Annapolis, this is just like the mothership. This is the big one, the biggest, Third Eye. They have over 8 locations now, I want to say. It feels like every month there's like another location. But any comic you could want, anything that you're looking for, it's always bumping on a Saturday here. Oh, nice, yeah. LGBTQ little section over here.
Can you guys hear me now?
But yeah, back in the day, I read probably 90% of what was on the shelf in here and what was actually going. Yes. Yes, I will. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Hey, long time no see. Yeah.
I didn't want to interrupt you.
No. It's, what is it? I don't know if the video is going or if the sound is going or whatever. I'm just talking into my phone. How you been?
I've been good.
Yeah.
How's the baby?
The baby's great. He has his 4th tooth coming in now.
Oh my gosh, how old is he now?
9 months?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but he's already in he's wearing 18 to 24 clothes. Yeah, he's gonna be a big old chunky boy for sure. Yeah.
What brings you here today?
Oh, local comic book shop day.
Oh, okay.
And then also, with Oni Press, I'm a part of a big live stream that I'm trying to figure out right now. With a bunch of little comic book shops across the country. So I was like, hey, Steve, Trish, can I come out and just film some stuff for a little bit? And they're like, yeah, of course. Yeah. Why do you have to ask? Yeah.
You're Third Eye family.
Yeah. Definitely check out the EC Catacomb.
Okay.
That's Oni Press. That's what we do. The EC, we do sheets, a little bit of everything. But the foil cover here is pretty limited. So definitely, that's cool. Snag one over there.
Okay. That's cool.
But yeah, what are you reading today?
I don't know. I'm just here picking up anything I can find that looks interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe pick that up.
You should. Yeah. What are we in the mood for? I can show you some stuff.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's got to come out to you. It's got to hop out.
I never know. Where's that at?
Oh yeah, here. Gotcha. Oh, have you been reading any of the Absolute stuff?
No.
That's pretty killer. That's been really, really good.
Okay, we've lost Torma.
Right?
I know him.
I know that bald weirdo. Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
So these are
All
all.
right, we're back to Black Video with Torma, so I'm going to give him a second. Can you guys hear me now? Is it better now? I think the problem is trying to hear me over the loudness that is Third Eye Comics is a hard thing. But somebody give me a thumbs up if you can hear me now. And we'll try and get Torma back on the line here in just a second. Let me know. You can hear me now. Okay, good. So I'm going to text Torma and be like, you've got a black screen again. And we'll try and get him back on the air here. In the meantime, I want to let you guys know about a couple of things here. One, coming up about 2 o'clock, we will have Trish Forstner live in person, creator of Stray Dogs. And we will actually be making a pop down to Stronghold Comics, Stronghold Collectibles, where we'll be joined by Trish's partner in crime there on Feral, Tone Rodriguez. So that'll be fun. Because I don't think Trish doesn't know that's happening, and I'm just going to hand her some headphones and go, hey, this guy wants to talk to you. So... that's a fun thing. And then later on, we're going to head down to Neighborhood Comics in Savannah, Georgia, with Lee Heidel. Lee has some creators in his shop. We're going to be popping all around the country, actually to other countries here very soon. So be on the lookout for all of that as the day continues. We are just waiting for Torma to refresh his page and get back in here. And maybe we can go see the record store and the game shop. Third Eye Comics, guys, is the third largest retailer in the country, if you didn't know. Third largest retailer in the country. They've got a massive operation. They do a ton of like inside baseball stuff, fulfillment for your favorite publishers and some great creators. They're doing all of that kind of stuff, as well as being a working everyday local comic shop. And Third Eye is one of those groups that we here at the EXP have wanted to work with for a long time. And we always look forward to any time we get to hang out with those guys or to visit the shop or any of that kind of stuff. So, that's always a fun little add-on feature here when we get to do events like this with them. So again, we're hoping for Torma to be able to refresh his page and rejoin us here just momentarily. But in the meantime, again, I am at Dreamers and Make Believers in Baltimore, Maryland. I'm going to run a little commercial here just for a second to buy us a little bit of time. This is from one of our great friends at Challengers Comics in Chicago. Challengers, they do some fun stuff with their display windows. So check this one out.
Hey, Wolverine, guess what it's time for? Fastball special! Ooh. Sorry.
The things people come up with, man. The things people come up with. All right, we are hanging out here. We're still waiting on Torma to come back. I'm going to add him back in and see if he can hear me. Torma, can you hear me?
Fantasy, God Countries are classic.
He can't hear me. So, he is completely lost. He's in the dark there. So, in a little bit, Torma will be joining me live here from True Dreamers and Make Believers, which is going to, be a fun time as well. Coming up in just a minute, though, we need to do a little bit of admin while we try and sort this out here. I don't know if you guys know this, but you can only stream for so long on most of these platforms before they get real hinky. So coming up in about 15 minutes, we'll be joined by Carl Choi from 24/7 Comics. But before that, you all are going to need to refresh your page. That's right, refresh your page. We are going to end the broadcast momentarily and restart with Carl Choi here in about 15 minutes. So stay tuned for that. I'm really hoping to get to raise Torma again here and get him back on for just the last few seconds. I will say, I really hope that the reason Torma's screen goes black is that there are so many people in Third Eye that the cell towers nearby can't handle it. I don't know if that's true or not, but we can hope. So, local comic shop day. We're here live. Torma is refreshing his page right now. He finally got my text going, refresh your page. So Carl Choi from 24/7 Comics is joining us next once we get done with Torma. but you're going to need to refresh your page here on YouTube. So make sure you check that out. Make sure you're handling that as well. Hey, there he is. He's back.
Yeah, I'll see you later, Donald. Yeah. Hey.
All right. Torma's back. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
I can hear you and see you.
Perfect. Yeah. So I don't know how much of that anybody caught or anything. I was just kind of rambling.
You were selling someone your child last we heard.
I was not selling Otto. I was just telling him how big he's gotten.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. So let me see if I can get the camera working again.
There we go.
Can you see that?
I can see you. And I can hear you.
Perfect. Great. Grand. Yeah, so this is Third Eye Comics in Annapolis, Maryland. If you've never made it, you should definitely do yourself a favor and try to get out here. This is the shop that made me, that made me lose all my hair and shove my head full of comic book knowledge. Over here, we have the graphic novel, trade wall, collection wall, whatever you want to call it. All A through Z by title. This was like my favorite spot. I have read probably 90% of the stuff that's on this shelf here. We got some displays highlighting some, YA stuff, some LGBTQ stuff, indie stuff. We have your all ages right up here, of course, with the amulet, with the bone, with the Dogmans, as everyone does. Your Sonic the Hedgehogs. We got manga walls going down the center, both sides. We got Street Sharks right here. Yeah, and 20% off. As you can see, I think I lost him. Mazel tov. Wunderbar. Ah, sick. Beneath the trees nobody sees. Patrick Horvath. Which brings me to, look at that. Little Oni love right there. Free for all. Let me see.
All right, this is this. I don't know what's going on with Torma's phone. Why this keeps happening? We keep getting a black screen. But what we're gonna do is this, guys. Torma will be here at Dreamers and Make Believers in a little while, joining me live in person. So we're gonna go ahead and hit our refresh button right now, and we will be back in about 10 minutes with Carl Choi. Hey, now you're back.
You can see me?
I can see you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Then maybe I just stay. Maybe you just want to see my face then? That's it?
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, that'll work. Oops, sorry.
So,
yeah.
We're going to talk about this when you're here, but give us your origin story. What led you into Third Eye to begin with? And then were you like, I got to work here?
Oh, well, so when I first started coming to Third Eye, hey, look at that, Catico. Yeah, when I first came to Third Eye, the shop was no bigger than 2 comic book racks right here and probably 6 trade shelves. I still had a full head of hair. I had mutton chops, and I'd been loving comics for a while there, and I heard a new shop had opened up. It was tucked away behind our Safeway, and I went there, and for the first time I was there, I think 3 or 4 times a week going forward. And then it's not a super exciting origin story. Yeah, I kept buying stuff, kept reading stuff. I would talk to people when they were in there. Then eventually Steve and Trish were like, hey, we need help for this event coming up. I think it was Free Comic Book Day. I was like, do you want to work here? And I was like, yeah, absolutely. It's everybody's dream to work in a comic book shop. And it had been my dream since I was, I don't know, maybe 8 years old, from the first time I could actually collect a comic and hold it and, not let it get completely trashed and thrashed. I still remember the first time I was at a comic book shop where I was working. It was my first shift. I was by myself. And a dude comes in, he goes, oh, is Steve or Trish here? And I go, no, it's just me, Torma. How can I help you? And the dude looks at me and literally just turns and walks out the door. And I felt so defeated and so crushed. And I vowed from that day to never feel that way again, and to make sure nobody else ever felt that way again in a comic book shop. It should be a place where you can go in, and like enjoy it, where you should, feel welcomed. I mean, I know my feed has been going in and out, but a lot of people were like, Torma, what's up? Like that's the vibe that a lot of shops, including Third Eye, like, delivers to the people. I don't know if anybody can hear me though.
Yes, sir. We can hear you fine.
Oh, okay, cool. Hell yeah, good stuff. Glad to hear it. I keep going in and out, so I don't know who is actually listening and who isn't. But yeah, I've been getting my stack already. I know later today. What else was my origin story? I don't know. From there, like every shift, I would read maybe like 2 or 3 trades. I would buy 2 or 3 trades. My collection at home right now is 1, 2, 3, 4. It's about as many shelves as this little alcove right here. Like I could open up my own little shop in my basement. But yeah, I mean, reading comics, loving comics, selling comics to everybody that I know and that I've met and that I see. I don't know. If you want an origin story, I think the best one for me is one day I was like, I think I was 8 or 9, and I had saved my money, and I was like, I'm going to go buy some Hulk comics. And we go to a comic book shop. I forget where it was. I don't think it's there anymore. But I remember going in there, and I asked the guy at the counter, I go, hey, do you guys have any Incredible Hulk comics? And he looks at me and just like blows me off, and then starts to watch, I think it was like the Adam West Batman on like a small TV that was on like the countertop. And I remember being so confused and so dumbfounded. And I went out, and my dad was like, where are your comics? Why didn't you spend any money? I told him what happened, and he came in like, chewed the guy out. And the guy was like, oh, I'm sorry, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I never want anybody to feel like that. So I try to take that, with everything I do, where if you like comics, great. If you want to talk about stuff, great. Everybody gets a chance. Just be a good person, be good people. It's just be open and be talking to people, Not a bad thing. Spectators, I got to read that too. Concessions. I don't know. See, like I could spend like I was given a limit. I was told by the missus not to spend as much as I probably could, as I probably should. But yeah. I don't know, Kyle, do you have any other questions or anything else you want me to check out?
Oh, we're about to wrap up during this moment, but if you could do me a favor.
Yeah.
Local comic shop.
Local comic book shop day. Are you talking about the day or just like a local comic book shop?
The day. What does the day mean to you?
I mean, the day takes me back to like when I was still working in a comic book shop itself. It's Free Comic Book Day is this big Christmas, this big bonanza, but local comic book shop day feels like a more like cultivated, like personal sort of day. It's not, it's fun. It's more directed, I guess, is a good way to put it. It's as opposed to everybody doing everything, it's cultivated of just like the best of the best stuff, Like the Oni Press offering, the EC Catacomb foil, that cover is amazing from Jay Stevens. And of course, everybody knows the Crime Suspense, like homage that it's, paying tribute to. But yeah, I don't know. Local comic book shop day to me, it's a day to support the people who support you every day, every week, every month, every year, even if it's just for like 20 minutes. That's what local comic book shop day means to me.
Very cool. Thank you, Torma. Guys, we are gonna Torma is gonna circumnavigate the weirdness that is Maryland, and he's gonna join me here in person at Dreamers and Make Believers in a little while. But in the meantime, everybody, hit your refresh button in just a second and rejoin us in about 5 minutes. We'll be joined by Carl Choi from 24/7 Comics. Live from Dreamers and Make Believers. See you then.